Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to everyone at the track and everybody at home. This is an unbelievable meeting tonight. I'm Bianca Mudge. I'm one of your presenters. I feel like a total rookie right at the minute. I'm standing with the very, very handsome and very famous Steve Williams and Clint Brown over here. So you guys need to come in closer. I don't even know if we're in the frame. There we go. That's a picture perfect moment for everybody, isn't it? Now, tell me, Steve Williams, we've waited 3 years for this. It's taken a lot longer to plan this. How good is the weather? Nothing's stopping us.
Yeah, I mean, I was just explaining to you the longest that you can look out on the weather, the extended forecast is 14 days, and at no stage have we seen rain for the forecast this weekend. So, you know, with all the people involved in running it, you know, obviously it was my brainchild, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes that make it happen, and it makes the people work more enthusiastically when you know there's no chance of weather. I came here yesterday and it's like a busy beehive. You know, everybody's got a bit of bounce in the step because they know the weather's going to play its part this year. So, you know, really good. It's obviously this is the third edition of it. COVID interrupted it in 2021 season, and the 22-23 season the weather didn't play ball. So, you know, we're really looking forward to it.
Yeah. Steve, tell us, and everybody at home, there's a crowd coming into the track. We're going to be racing at about 7 o'clock. These drivers are going to be doing a grand parade. Like I say, it's been 3 years in the making, but you didn't lose any of the buy-in from any of the celebrities or the drivers that have tuned up tonight.
Yeah, we've had a couple of, you know, guys that were in the original celebrity list, and then we've had a couple because it's, you know, they also race themselves, and to get them on this weekend, you know, we had Mad Mike was originally in it, but he had something this weekend. Avalon Biddle, you know, when it got rained out last year, we went to this year. I went back to the original 12 drivers that were invited because that's the way you only fair. But, you know, we've had to fiddle around on that. But the great thing is we've had no problem finding celebrities. When the word got out in the paddock at Bathurst this year about this event, I had guys contacting me to see if we could get in it. So, you know, it's fantastic that these celebrities are donating their time this weekend. And not only that, you've got 12 cars here, and 12 of the best cars in the country that the drivers of these cars, the owners, have put their car forward for the celebrities to drive them. So that's a special part too. Lance and Lisa Ashton, the driving force behind that to get these 12 cars here for these guys. So, you know, it's a team effort, and, you know, look, it's going to be very, very exciting tomorrow night to stand on that infield and give the money away to the Ronald McDonald House and Starship Hospital. So every person that's sitting at home and watching this on the live stream, thanks very much for watching it, because you're making a difference too. So every single cent that we make here this weekend, including the program sales, souvenir sales, even the food van in the pit here is donating their funds to the charity. So, you know, big thanks to everybody out there that's watching. We really appreciate it.
Steve, just a couple of questions. With your charity, the Steve Williams Foundation, and your wife, why does it mean so much to you to be able to put back to places like the Ronald McDonald House and the Starship Children's Charity?
Look, Clint, when you get involved with charity, it's kind of infectious. You can't help but help. I've said it on a show the other night. If you're in Auckland and you get the opportunity and you're here on holiday and you haven't got something to do one day, go into the Starship Hospital, go to the front desk, ask one of the people there, can you take a tour of the place? They'll be only too happy to show you, and you'll feel like walking out of that place and giving some money to them. And that's just the way it is. You know, you don't realise how fortunate you are in life until you go into a place like that. And it's an incredible place with incredible people that work there. And everybody knows someone, you know, either immediate family or outside that's been to that place. So it's an incredible place, and they continue to strive to be the best, not only in New Zealand, but worldwide, with everything they've got and all the equipment they need. So every dollar you can get makes a difference. And you know, the Starship Foundation that my wife and I and the Ronald McDonald House, you know, they're leaders in technology and that. So it's a great place to donate money to. I don't know, there's lots of charities, but that's just the one that my wife and I, we believe so much in them because it's for children.
And it's a great cause, because as a parent who had a 4-year-old with gastroenteritis in the Starship Hospital many years ago, they did a fantastic job. So it's great that what you're doing here over the weekend, along with support of the Rotorua Stock Car Club and all the up the stockies, will do a great job with the charities. And you're also supporting the mini stocks as well.
Yeah, look, the mini stocks is the future of Speedway. It's, you know, I've said it reiterate, it's the best thing that happened in Speedway, because all these kids right around the country, they get into mini stocks. It's a family sport. You know, you got to have mum and dad take you to the track. Your brother and sister comes, you get in a mini stock, and when you get the bug, you're hooked. You know, and so you go from a mini stock to a stock car, or to a midget to a super stock, whatever you want. You know. It's the backbone of the sport. So when they introduced that many years ago, it's been the best thing that's happened to Speedway in my eyes.
So what have you actually done? You've invited a whole lot of young mini stock racers here this weekend as part of the invitation?
Yeah, so what I tried to do is, on Saturday night tomorrow, I thought it would be good to get 2 cars from every track in the North Island here and get 2 drivers that don't often get an opportunity to get on the podium. Every club has got mini stocks that dominate. So I wanted to get some cars here that don't get that opportunity to dominate races and give them an opportunity to have a chance of a podium and race in front of a massive crowd. Saturday night will be huge here. And then we put an open entry. The first 22 cars we got could race here tonight, Friday.
And of course, lots of great support from all the locals around here too.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that, like I said, the crowd, obviously you guys at home can't see, but the crowd is definitely pouring in. I just wanted to ask Steve another question. For people at home and who are here tonight, how else can they help out? If they wanted to donate, how do we go about doing that to your charity?
Well, I mean, look, if somebody wanted to continue on with, obviously the live stream is making a difference, but just contact the Rotorua Stock Car Club through their Facebook page and we'll answer them, absolutely. And if they want to donate some extra money, but we're just thankful for everybody that's gone onto the live stream, because you're making a difference. And like I said before, when we get on that infield tomorrow night and we give 2 checks away to those 2 different charities, it's going to be a very special moment for myself and for everybody that's put all the effort in.
I can honestly say as well, on behalf of the Pits TV, we're actually honoured to be doing this for you too, Steve. And we were speaking to Jason just earlier on today, and he said he's so nervous. He wants it to be a huge success, which I'm sure it is. And he said just the same, he can't wait to hand over a cheque.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, we can't do this event. The publicity that you get through the Pits TV nationwide and worldwide, it just spreads the word, obviously. Yeah. And we got the event on One News last night. That's huge.
Yeah.
To get it was on the Breakfast TV this morning and TV3 News this morning. Speedway is it's been a long evolution of trying to get, a lot of these drivers have come here today, these celebrity drivers, they're blown away. Yeah. I mean, you take a look at this facility, they're absolutely blown away. I was talking to Andre Heimgartner yesterday, and his experience is going to Archiefield Speedway in Queensland. Look, no disrespect, but it's nothing on here. So you come here and have a look at this facility here. There isn't any better in New Zealand. I'm not knocking any other track, but there's no better facility in New Zealand than Rotorua. TWS Rotorua Speedway. It's an unbelievable place, an incredible condition, and it's a great thrill to have for their club to allow me to host this event here.
Yeah. We can tell that you're absolutely passionate about it, Steve. I just wanted to have a quick word with Clint as well. Clint Brown, this is probably your first time here involved in a meeting like this with the stock cars and the super stocks and the mini stocks. What's going through your mind at the minute in terms of, oh wow, what have I got myself into? This is a little bit different.
Oh, just one word, exciting. I'm actually an old Rotorua boy. I went to primary school here at Lynmore, and then I went up to Hamilton, lived across the road from the Forest Lake Stock Car Stadium, so I fell in love with stockies when I was mini stock age at 9 and 10. And I've actually seen him race at Huntley in the Super Saloons many years ago, so it's been great to be able to follow it. And it's also great to be part of the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational, because you've got the super stocks, you've got the charity drivers, the mini stocks, all in one, all for great charity. So it's going to be a fantastic weekend, and summer finally has arrived, and Paradise Valley will be a Paradise Petrolhead this weekend, because we're going to officially kickstart summer.
We are, and I just want you two to know, well, I'm from Wellington. The weather south of Rotorua is raining, winding. It's not very good at all. So we're the only place. Doesn't even matter.
Stevie's cracked it, 3 years in the waiting.
Yeah.
Well, what's the old saying? Third time lucky. So, awesome. And look, we appreciate the Pits TV being here. It's great to see you here, Clint. And I hope everybody enjoys the live stream. And like I said, if you want to donate further, go onto the Facebook page at Rotorua Stock Car Club, and we'll get back to you.
And I've got to say that after it went on TV1 the other night that Andre Heimgartner had a bit of a sneaky, all the other drivers were down here saying, "Oh, you cheat, you dirty dog." And the word has gone out about number 38 in the wall. What's that all about?
Listen, I know nothing. I did speak to Greg Murphy actually before. I gave him a bit of stick and I said, oh, you're driving a tank. It's a little bit slower than these other cars, but he's a holder driver, so he should be used to that by now. And he had a bit of a smile and I quickly ran away. But listen, Steve, tell us, what beast are you driving tonight? There's a surprise for you guys. I didn't know if you knew that Steve was actually driving. You're in a Rotorua local car?
Yeah, well, you can blame Lance Ashton on that because this event was my idea and that. And he said, Steve, you better race it. And I said, no, Lance, I'm promoting the event. And he just kept going on and on and on. Steve, you've got to drive in this. So I'm driving Caleb Ashton's car, the TWS sponsored number 23R. Team Ashton's got 3 cars here, and Lance has put up all 3 cars for 3 celebrities, which is a huge effort. The cost involved to get 3 cars for the track is tremendous, and they're passionate speedway people. And I've never driven a Superstock, so I'm pretty excited about it as well.
Did you know what happened in Wanganui with this car 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, they broke a rocker and did a bit of damage to the cam and that. So the car was picked up Wednesday. It wasn't back to the workshop at TWS until like 9 o'clock on Wednesday night. So it didn't get fired up till yesterday. So Speedway is synonymous with people helping out in many ways to make things happen, and this team here has worked round the clock to get the car here for me. So, midweek when I'm thinking, maybe the car's not going to be here, it was a bit of a sigh of relief because the nerves went away. Because when I went and got fitted in the car a few weeks back at their workshop, myself and Lance Hughes, we both walked away and said, man, that's claustrophobic. And we both had difficulty getting out of them.
Yeah. I mean, they're a bit tricky, aren't they? And it's not like the Super Saloon.
Yeah, and Lance said, I don't know if we've made a good idea here, Steve. And I said, yeah, well, it was my idea. I'm sorry I invited you, buddy. But no, we're all good. We'll be good.
Listen, Steve, I know you're a very busy man. I did pull you away from your important business, so we're going to let you go, and we might talk to some of these celebrities and some of the drivers and car owners up and down the lane. Good luck. Hold on tight when you're out on the dummy grid tomorrow night. Make sure you're strapped in real tight.
Awesome, yeah. Hey, thanks again for everybody for tuning in. I hope you enjoy the show, and yeah, you're making a difference. And on behalf of everybody, thanks very much.
Good skills, Steve.
Awesome.
Well
Cheers,
done,
Steve. Thank you. Well, there you go, Clint. Wasn't it nice to talk to Steve? What I'm going to do now, we're sharing a microphone and we're sharing a camera, so we're just going to run up and down willy-nilly. And because I have been doing most talking, I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'll meet you down the line somewhere.
And I think you can go back and get another camera now. It's ready to rock and roll while Stiffy and I do a bit of a walk along the grid here and have a chat to some of the drivers. One of the sneaky guys here at Paradise Valley, home of the Paradise Petrolheads this weekend, is a man who reckons he's got a slight advantage. Aaron Slight, the man on 2 wheels. He's been doing a bit of a Sly Dogs sneepy one too, haven't you, mate? How are you, Slighty?
Oh, I'm very good, thanks, Clint. Very good, yeah.
Right, all the way from Mitre 10, Mega and Masterton, and here you are, you've put away the 2 wheels for many, many years into a Superstock, mate. Sensational.
Yeah, check it out, look at it. Yeah, so I'm practiced tonight and we're into it. It's going to be awesome. I love just getting on the gas and steering a car with the rear wheels, so it's a bit of me, really.
What have they said about how you actually drive a Superstock?
You let the clutch out and turn left.
And you've got 2 gears, haven't you? First to start, second top.
It's first is only a starter gear. It's only a little crawler gear. So yeah, once you get into top, you're away, and just the thing revs to about 8.5. So you just rev it to that and jump on the brakes, turn it in, and keep going.
Now tell us a bit about the owner of this car, Mark Costello. Mark, come on over, Mark. Tell us a bit about the background about this car and your stock car career, chap.
So started back when I was mini stocks. So would have been when I was 12. I'm 35 now. So it's been a bit of a long old innings really, and just worked my way up, did stock cars, and now I've done probably 6-7 years in the super. So yeah, this car is a Rees race car with a O'Connor Toyota V8. So he's our engine builder in Rotorua, who I need to thank heaps, because he's I wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for him, the support he gives me. But so this car's it's coming up 2nd season. It was brand new last year. Had a pretty quiet season last year. We only did 10 or so meetings, so it's effectively still a new car. So we're looking forward to seeing Aaron do his thing tonight, and we're here for a great cause, and really looking forward to helping out where we can.
So what, 500 horsepower? Revs are limited to 8.5, and you've been talking a bit of preparation and tactics with Slighty, haven't you? They did the track walk. It's supposed to be a sticky track,
Bianca.
so it doesn't get too hard and fast too soon, because apparently Slight, when he went out, aka Aaron, you did the big group photo, and then he was just going round and round on the grass, on the green stuff, before he gets onto the dirty brown stuff. Another sneaky sly dog little trick, isn't he?
Oh, mate, yeah, we seen him do it. He was, they did him, said, come do a few laps, boy, and he, sure enough, bloody rubber arms. No.
So what do you think, Slighty?
Oh, yeah, it's a bit of me. I'm really looking forward to it.
Over here,
Can't wait.
Stippy.
You know, it's been 3 years in the making of this. So, 3 years, and I just can't wait to get out there and get sideways. Yeah.
Now, you're probably the perfect fit to actually fit in these things, because some of the other guys like Steve Williams and Lance Hughes are slightly bigger speed jockeys, but you're the ideal size because they're not roomy, are they?
They're not too roomy, but they, I'm fitting in there pretty easy, actually, and bad luck for them. Yeah.
Now, what was the word? 38 into the wall? Is that the tactics to gang up on Murph?
Yeah, I think you just got to keep your eye on your mirror, don't you, and get them covered. So one will take them from the front and one from the back, and we'll have them around in a second.
Is that one of the hardest things to get adjusted to, is actually where the mirrors, if you get it stiffy, if you get a shot here, look at where the mirrors are. So basically you're sitting right in here, and then those mirrors are sort of right in your face, aren't they? Then you can see who's coming up from behind and who's about to give you a Liberace.
And I don't think I'll be really looking in the mirrors. I think I'll be looking where I'm going, telling the truth there, Clint, and probably not looking at the white wall either. Yeah.
Yeah, stay off the wall. And when you first got in and you started doing a few laps, how'd you feel?
Well, we'll find out in a minute. But, I just think this sort of driving is a bit of me. I love going sideways, and, I think they're inventing drifting a bit too late for me. But, this will be awesome on the dirt, and just steer it with the throttle. Yeah.
Now, look, I remember many, many years ago, you were talking to some All Blacks, some guys from Team New Zealand, about what it's like to come off on a bike at 150k. You said, it's nothing third gear. It's when you go over a blind brow doing 350k. That's when it gets really scary.
Yeah, that's when it starts to burn on the old skin. That does. Yeah, you get a bit hot under the leathers then. Yep.
And then I think your instinct was you try and do the forward roll so you can stand up so nothing's broken.
The greatest thing about the tracks these days is they start moving the barriers back. So as long as you don't hit anything, you're pretty all right. And I'm probably a glutton for punishment. I start running at about 100k an hour just to see if I'm all right, and then I go down a couple more times after that. So yeah, the biggest thing is to jump up and see if anything's broken.
And now you've got, look at this steel cage around this thing, mate. It's impressive workmanship, isn't it?
It is amazing, and the cars are quite heavy actually. They're 1,500 kgs because they push each other around and they need a bit of weight behind them. But 550 horsepower and a car that's lighter than a street car, it's going to be quite entertaining.
All right, mate, good on you, champ. You get out there and show them how it's done with Mark Costello and the team. Watch out for 198R. He's going to be a Rotorua Rebel or a Rotorua Rascal this weekend. Aaron Slight, the man with the slight advantage, as part of course, the Paradise Valley Invitational. Where's Bianca? We'll go and try and find Bianca. And we'll see who other drivers are down here along pit lane. This is Lance Hughes and Chris Vanderdrift. We'll just try and sneak in on this conversation, gentlemen. This is like Formula One, isn't it? Along the pit lane here in marvellous Rotor Vegas. So Chris Vanderdrift, Lance Hughes, good Waikato petrol. It's how's your go-karting business?
Yeah.
And also your driving overseas racing business.
Yeah, it's been flat out this year, so I feel good to be back over after COVID and stuff, and back in the full swing of it. So it's good it's at the end of the year now, because I've had a lot of travelling again, but it's been good, and the karting team's running really good results for those guys, so a good bunch of people. And I'm excited to do this tonight. That's the cool part to end off the year.
Lance, what have you been up to?
Usual stuff, asphalting.
And I think you did a great job around the top part here at Paradise Valley Speedway, where you got involved with Stan Hickey and all the promotion guys, and Sonia and Sam Ashton, and you've resealed around there. Not a pothole in sight, mate. You should be doing more of the roads around New Zealand.
Well, maybe. We'll see how we get on next year.
So you've been doing a lot of work around here. So how do you feel about getting into a stock car?
No, great. I had a little spin in it yesterday, and it's totally different to what we're used to, obviously. We try and keep straight and tight, but these things are, totally different, but really cool.
When you look at the other celebrities, so you got Murph, you've got all the superstars from the supercars. You guys are obviously very good on asphalt, not just Hamilton asphalt. But then you've got a few other dudes, drifters.
Rally guy is pretty good.
And Hayden Patton, the so-called European rally champion. They're born sideways, mate.
I know, that's what I'm going. Those guys are going to be up the road, you know. So hopefully the drifters are just going to be spinning it everywhere. I think Hayden's probably going to be the one to watch, I reckon.
No, we'll call you Chris Van der Dirt.
You better do
this
that.
weekend,
Yeah.
okay?
I've got drift in my name. Hey.
Well, yeah. Well, you're a born drifter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Who are you going to be? Lancelot or what?
I'll just be round the back, toddling around, I think, trying to keep out of trouble.
What about the cause, the charity with Steve Williams? What a great effort, you know, raising money for Ronald McDonald House and also the Starship Children's Hospital.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third year I think it is now. We've tried to get this meeting running, and COVID and then the rain last year, so it's good to finally be here and supporting two really good charities. So I hope we get lots of funds raised for them and help them out a little bit more as well by doing this sort of thing.
Love a man who wears his cap backwards. You'll be right, mate. You'll be right up the front of the grease. And what do you think of the charity?
I reckon it's a good cause, hey, like getting all these people together, and obviously Pitt's Media's saw a media release this morning. They're donating a certain amount from every live cast into it as well. So it's just everyone's getting behind a great cause.
And we've officially got some sunshine. It's going to be 25 degrees, hot and sticky out on the track. So let's kick off summer, a real petrolhead paradise at Paradise Valley Speedway. And I think Bianca's getting hooked up as well. So good on you guys. Get out there. Go for it. Go hard.
Yeah,
Go
guys,
hard,
we're
then
just
go
taking a chair or taking a seat with Greg Murphy. Greg, so nice to meet you finally after all these years of watching you on TV.
Oh, it's exactly the same for me, Bianca. I've been waiting a long time. It's been 3 years, actually. I've been waiting for this moment. Yeah.
I mean, it has been 3 years, obviously a lot more in the making, but I was just talking to Steve before about how great it is to see you guys, have that buy-in. We've had a lot of delays, but here you are.
Yeah, I think you'll find that the motorsport community is pretty good at it as a whole. We've done a lot of things as a group, and there's so many more, obviously, drivers, Kiwi drivers that have got had success around the world that have done a lot of things in the past. I remember during COVID, Brendan Hartley set up an online racing thing, which was all about supporting small business and put that together. And you won't get too much hesitation from just about anybody in motor racing to support charities, and we love coming and being involved in events and different events too.
Yeah.
And this is what's great about this is we're all newbies, other than maybe Richie Stanway, who I think he's probably a little bit, got a bit of a past that was associated with the sport, but other than that, we're all keen to go and have a go at something new.
Yeah, and I think Richie Stanway, it's been a long year, a long wait in between mini stocks and a super stock. So I wouldn't count him.
He's still got an advantage. I'm just putting it out there.
Greg, tell us about the car that you're driving tonight. We're sitting here. We're sitting on a tank, so it can hold the both of us up. But what do you know about this car?
Well, I know it's a tank, and everyone's telling me about how good it is, and how tough it is, and how safe it is, and how fast, all that stuff. So its reputation is wasted on me, I think, that's for sure. But I'm just really appreciative of the opportunity, and every car owner has just been so amazing and supporting this, and again, I don't think any of them probably hesitated to get behind it. So, I really like to thank Ross and Adele for the opportunity to be in their car and enjoy it. I mean, it is just beautifully prepared, considering what it goes out and does on a racetrack and gets covered in dirt and goes into concrete walls and crashes into other cars. I mean, the pride in this machine is just is there for everyone to see.
Greg, tell me, tell us, everybody at home as well, have you ever seen Rosh SB driving in the Teams Champs?
Yes, and I was sent a video this week by Richie Stanway as well, which highlighted some particular sort of racecraft. Yeah, let's just say that won't be happening.
So you do know how strong and safe you are in this car. That must be reassuring.
Yeah, I'm pretty fortunate, I think, and it's a good thing too. This fragile old body is not what it used to be.
Well, listen, like I said to Steve Williams, strap yourself in nice and tight. I think you guys are going to take it easy tonight. We joined you with the drivers' meeting, but tomorrow you might be a little bit more serious and actually get some racing done. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, everyone knows that there are other people's equipment. We also there's some drivers in there that have got a lot on the line and have got lots of events and things coming up, and so we all respect each other and that side of it. Listen, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of paint shared and a bit of rubbing and stuff, but I don't think there'll be no intention to be doing some of the things that the pros do.
Yeah. Listen, we've got a lot of people to talk to, Greg. I will be back, no doubt, to speak to you later on in the weekend. But hey, good luck. Enjoy it. Have fun. You're going to absolutely love it, I promise.
Already having a ball. Thanks, Bianca.
Awesome. Cheers, Greg.
And from number 38, that's the mighty man Murph, to 422. And we've got Dolan, is it?
Yeah, that's the nickname, mate. One of my friends called me Doolin, and name's Dylan Ashton, and we're here.
I'm just trying to work out how you went from Dylan to Doolin.
Something like that. Nah, one of my good mates from primary school gave it to me. It's been on my car ever since. So, yeah.
So this is the car owner, and of course Lance Ashton's got all of these local dudes from Rotorua to put up their beautiful Superstock. So it's going to be DK Darren Kelly, who's going to be one of the drifting stars, getting it sideways on the dirt, mate. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. Just stoked to be down here with some really nice weather, and we tried to make it the last couple of years and just unfortunately got cancelled or postponed, but we're finally here, and thanks to Dylan and his family for providing the car and letting us come out have some fun.
Yeah, what do you think when you first set it and drove it and did a little parade lap?
Yeah, it's quite different to a lot of the things that I've done before, but you get used to it. Once you're strapped in, you got all your gear on, everything, it feels, you feel like you're in a race car, you're focused on what you're doing in front of you, and everything else sort of switches off. So hopefully feel it out in the first couple of practices, and we'll see how we compare against the other guys.
So do you think the superstars and the supercars are the superstars from the supercars are at a slight disadvantage up against the drifters and say Hayden Paddock?
Yeah.
You guys were born sideways.
Yeah. It's hard to say. Like, if you had someone like Shane Van Gisbergen jump in, like, he's good in anything. So, like, you can never count anyone out. Driven against these guys in different forms of motorsport and a lot of racing, and like they're professional drivers. So I think once they figure it out, they get in the groove, they're going to be just as competitive as anybody. So we might have the upper hand initially, but you never know. They'll come through, and I think there'll be a good challenge, like, equally across the field.
All right, so the celebrity drivers are going to have 3 practice races tonight in and amongst all the Superstocks. They're getting ready for the big Superstock parade to kick off what's going to be a fantastic weekend, the Valvoline Charity Speedway event here at Paradise Valley. Let's go and check out the Grand Parade.
Well, thank you for down in the pits, up in the commentary box for you this weekend, Paul Hickey and Tony Gallagher. Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the venue at the gorgeous TWS Paradise Valley Speedway, or watching through the pits media. Tony, stock cars, boy, here we go. We've got the first of them out on the track. It's Grand Parade time. The drivers who are going to be putting it on the line this weekend.
Yeah, so the best of the best from the Mondial stock car group. We've got the Josh Walsh, the current 1NZ, and his brand new scheme. They're looking absolutely fantastic there. I mean, any car looks great with 1NZ on the side of it, doesn't it, no matter what. And then also Scott Tennant, the 2NZ, and the 3NZ, Gary Lonergan. So it's great to see all 3 of the podium places here.
And I think that just shows the money that this meeting has built up over the last few years, obviously with all of the delays. But stock cars, they're not the premier class this weekend. They're kind of a support act, but 1, 2 and 3 have all committed. We've got ourselves a great field.
Yeah, and then we've also got the rest of the Auckland Alley Cats, the current New Zealand Teams Championship team, all here. We've got the place getters in the North Islands, the South Island champs, and the Grand Prix, as long as some extras as well. Can't leave out the ladies, the Aotearoa Ladies Crown, the full podium from there as well. So it really is the best of the best stock cars.
And they have come from right across the country, from north, south, and a good contingent of our local drivers here as well, from Rotorua's Paradise Valley Speedway. So take a look around. There is a full field here, and the format for the stock cars across this weekend, they will have 3 races tonight, 3 races tomorrow night, which kind of changes your mindset from a driver's point of view. Normally in a 3-heat championship, Tony, if have a race where you've DNF'd, you're really kind of out of the running, 6 races, you can afford to have one that might be a miss and still come back and challenge for the championship.
And that's it. A lot of these guys are used to going out on qualifying night or Friday night like tonight. They're looking for 3 qualifying heats. They're looking for good points to go through tomorrow night. Whereas in the recent years, we've seen the Aotearoa Ladies Championship where they've gone over 2. And you can see a DNF can come into it, and often they still can make the podium, and lots can happen. So take a look around the track there as they head off. Jaden Steiner, he's a previous New Zealand title qualifier. We've got 77 Robbie Edgeworthy all the way from Christchurch. Jack Honeybone with the T on his car from Cromwell. We've got Kirsten Kaiser down there. Look at her, she's got the Top Gear looking great. That's a former podium getter at the New Zealand Champs also. The quality of machinery out there, let alone drivers, is just amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is a great lineup of cars as we see Callum Flavel in the 513 just making his way back into the pit area. It is a very quick Grand Parade tonight because we have lots to get through before our scheduled start of racing at 7 o'clock this evening. From the Stock Car Grand Parade, we will see the Superstocks who are doing battle in the big one this weekend, and of course the celebrities out there in the Garage 16 Celebrity Challenge as well. We will see a Grand Parade from those guys as Taylor Partini from Stratford heads on, and it is a great lineup of these stock cars, Tony, and you've been out there on the track competing, and these guys and girls in the stock cars, there's no holds barred, is there?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys that are out there on track, actually, I've managed to rub side rails with them in the fastest of fields. You know, I'll never forget Tyler Walker comes down in front of us there. He's about to pull off into the pits. Rubbing side rails with him at the Grand Prix down in Gisborne a few years ago. It's so fast out there, and with the quality of field, Sam Wright, brand new HSP, he damn near broke the lap record here only a few weeks ago. It's just going to be something to watch, and it's only the side event like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it is going to be a great battle for these guys. The Mondial Stock Car Best of the Best 2023 Championship. 3 heats tonight and 3 heats tomorrow night, and they are straight into it with the full formatted 15 lap heat. So that's a lot of laps to turn over 2 nights in championship mode from the first green flag.
Yeah, well, especially in this heat, I don't know if I could even handle doing 15 laps anymore myself, but there's plenty of young guys out there that can certainly keep up with that and hold their breath for that long. So some great quality drivers. I mean, look at the Lamp brothers, there's a couple of brand new cars for them as well. And just touching on the injection rule that's come through, if you're not familiar with Speedway, in the past, I mean, a lot of it's been carbureted, and the stock car class has been introduced with the injection. So some of these cars that were fast have got faster as well. So the stock cars pull off the track, and we see the Superstock starting to take their spots on the dummy grid. So what a weekend, beautiful sunshine across the Geyser City of Rotorua for 2 big nights. The Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational, a meeting 3+ years in the making, and I suppose you could say 3rd time lucky that we finally are here. So nice to be finally lining up and getting set for 2 big nights of action, supporting 2 amazing charities in the Starship Foundation and Ronald McDonald House Charities. And we look forward to talking more to the heads of those 2 organisations tonight and tomorrow night to find out more about the work they do and show them what we can do here in the Speedway community to help raise money for those amazing charities. Concept from Steve Williams, and you know, and he has always been one of those men that's always put charities first and foremost. Yeah, I mean, Steve, I can only think to imagine. I mean, having been involved in events in the past myself, I can fully appreciate what sort of work has gone in the background from Steve and the team. So it's just the other thing, looking out this window, Paul, that the sunshine that Rotorua is putting on for us, a great saying, I guess, that everyone says is was it worth the wait? Well, I suppose in hindsight now it's worth the wait for sure, but it would have been nice to see it being run earlier, but here we are, and finally we can get it going. Yeah, look, there was certainly plenty of hype around the event when it was first launched. Maybe it has tapered off a little bit over the last couple of seasons with the various delays, but I'm sure once the pit gate shuts and the cars are on the track, the hype is going to build, and there's going to be plenty of excitement. Because let's talk about this, you know, when you race a speedway car, you can talk first-hand experience. When you race a speedway car, you don't do it to make money, do you? Oh, absolutely not. No, this is absolutely not. You couldn't have said anything better. Yeah. So for these Superstock drivers to be lining up tonight to attempt to qualify for that finals tomorrow night, $20,000
first place. That's a staggering amount of money that's never come close before in Superstock racing in Aotearoa.
Yeah, and hopefully it sets the benchmark, because if it does happen, I could see the Superstock class building and I mean, it doesn't need building at the moment. We see hundreds of, come the 240s, I'm sure we're going to see 120 cars easily. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money goes into them as it is. Staggering to know and to think, if you don't know, plenty of these cars are in excess of $100,000 to build easily. I'd hate to know what some of the other guys have spent on it, and it's purely for passion, like you say.
And then you've got your running costs each and every night, and these guys don't tend not to park the cars up in the garage for long. They are out every weekend as often as they can over a 6-month period from October through to May, and here we go. It is the Superstocks on track. This is the premier class in New Zealand Speedway, and they are racing this weekend at the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational. 70 drivers have been invited to be a part of it, and leading them out, the current New Zealand champion, back to back. It's only been done a handful of times, and Asher Rees in the 1NZ, he is going to be tough to beat this weekend. Right in behind him, his father Peter Rees, a New Zealand champion of the past as well. So you look at those first two names out and you go, wow, straight off the bat.
Yeah, we speak about guys that spend a lot of time on cars, a lot of money on cars, week in, week out. These guys, you'd almost probably see them wrecked after this weekend, and sure enough, you'll see them in a week or a couple of weeks' time. Unfortunately, the 2NZ and 3NZ, Josh Prentice, thoughts with him. I believe that there is his son maybe ill or injured or something, and then Ethan's got some family commitments. Ethan Rees, the current 3NZ. So yeah, all out of the Rees camp, but it's great to see Asher here as well, and in such a quality field, 70 cars to look through.
Yeah, it is going to be a big meeting. And look, I say Asher Rees, the one to beat, but that's really just kind of going on form over the last couple of years. But you cast your eye over these 70 invited drivers, and you probably say that 50 of the 70 are realistic chances to stand on top of that podium and take home that big prize check. Yeah,
and you spoke about just touching on the format as well as another one. It's something different for these guys as well as far as the championship goes. So we're looking at the 3-4 format. So each group is into a group of 30-something cars, instead of putting them all out at once, which is borderline dangerous at Rotorua especially. We're looking at a 3 out of 4 races in that group to get the points, which we often run here at Rotorua because of the numbers, the big numbers that we get. But in championship format, I haven't really taken much notice.
No, I think we might have ran the format for a Bay of Plenty title a couple of years ago, which is really, I know it is only qualifying, but what it does mean is come that third heat tonight, or the fourth heat, there's no, drivers can't really target somebody else to maybe stop them qualifying because they might not be in the final heat.
And that's it, yeah, you kind of almost want to be there in the first 3 races, or maybe you want to miss the first one so no one sees you grab the checkered flag, or look at your points early on, or you might want to get points last, so yeah, it's going to be really interesting as the night unfolds. As we take a look at the guests still coming out the gate, there's Dale Stewart, he's very close to getting a podium at the New Zealand Champs.
Richard Gaskin, he's a former champion across multiple classes and right up there at the top of things in the Superstocks. We see a former New Zealand so Richard Gaskin was at 1NZ in the Street Stocks, and there's another one, Mike King, the local driver. He's still just kind of finding his feet in the Superstocks. 235, Regan Penn has been one of the big finds in the last couple of years in the Superstocks, taking that big win in Wanganui just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so the quality of the field is second to none here. It's it's just going to unfold as there's Max Holloway coming out the gate too, very close. Unfortunate to miss out on the Grand Prix last week.
Former 1NZ Randall Tarrant, it really is a who's who. Jerry Linklater, former New Zealand stock car champion.
Mitch Vickery in the background there, 3NZ. We've got another podium.
Another World 240s champions, 2 times New Zealand champion. One of our only few Grand Slam winners there, Simon Joplin. So the 3 Joplin brothers, that they traditionally ride up there at the pointy end of the field. So let's just try and explain this again. So we've got 70 invited Superstocks for this weekend's meeting. We need to narrow it down to 26 finalists for tomorrow night. So we've split them into 2 groups of 35. That number may have changed. We will just confirm that, but we maybe just
32.
Okay, so we've got 2 groups of 32, is it?
Yeah, looking at 32, okay. I think, Paul, yep.
So just with some late withdrawals over the last couple of days. So each of our 2 groups, there will be 4 races for each group. We've got green group and we have got blue group. Each of our drivers will race in 3 out of 4 heats. They will earn 26 points for a win, 25 for a second, 24 for third, and so on and so on. At the end of the night, in each group, the top 12 point scorers will automatically qualify for tomorrow night's finals. Then, that gives us 24. Then tomorrow night's racing will begin at 6 o'clock with a repecharge race where the last 2 positions in the finals will be found. Then those top 26 tomorrow night, they go hard over 3 15-lap races to find the winner of the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational. Nice little crowd building here on a Friday night. I'm sure tomorrow night will be even fuller, as a lot of people still with work commitments this week. And we're looking forward to a big, busy house here tomorrow night at Paradise Valley Speedway as we put this charity event together, of course. The live stream coming to you through Jason and his team at the Pits TV. Do tell all of your friends to check it out. It is going to be a mega night of racing. Then we throw in support from the mini stocks tonight. Tomorrow night they have got a special mini stock challenge. Thanks to King Science, and something pretty special is going to happen with a bit of a team up between the mini stocks and the super stocks as well. We'll talk more about that tomorrow night. We've got the Rotorua Trust fireworks display to finish things up tomorrow night, and yeah, let's throw in these drivers that are here from across various different motorsport formats and disciplines across New Zealand. Some big names there in the Garage 16 Celebrity Challenge. And Tony, geez, you know, we talked about your experience behind the wheel racing these things. Today you were on the mic down at Taupo at D1NZ. You follow the drifting. How do you reckon the drifting guys are going to go behind a wheel of a super stock on the dirt?
Well, we talk about the drifting names you've got down there. You've got Cole Armstrong. Now, he's multiple. He's won D1NZ Championship on more than one occasion. You've got Darren Kelly, who's drifted for Formula Drift over in the United States of America. He's drifted internationally. He is an absolute robot behind the wheel of a drift car. To see him in a super stock, I'm actually really excited about that. And you've got Fanga Dan, who's current and 4-time New Zealand drift champion. Literally, I was commentating him earlier today in qualifying. He got a bit of an early run, must have butted up the promoters down there and made his way up here for just in time for driver's briefing. Hayden Paddon's probably one I'm looking really forward to, but I have to put my favourite on Richie Stanway.
Yeah, look, current Bathurst champion, and he started his racing career right here at Paradise Valley in our youth mini stocks, which we're going to see on the program tonight as well.
Thanks, Paul. Hey, Ryan Wood, put it there. So nice to finally meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Hey, it's been a great day for you. You've just finished your Grand Parade. But tell me, I mean, how's the emotions right now? How's the nerves?
Yeah, it's obviously really cool to be here and be a part of such a special event, and obviously it's for a great cause as well, and something, pretty special for myself to be here and be, I guess, classified as a celebrity. So, it's just cool to do something for myself and for the country, like that has helped me so much, and something totally different for me, racing dirt, so should be a bit of fun, and just learn off Hayden and probably Richie a bit tonight, and go from there.
Tell me, how has William, Hayden, Richie, I mean, they're absolutely no strangers to the dirt track racing, but have they given you any tips yet?
Yeah, obviously I'm driving William's car, so it's been really helpful, and he's one of the best in the business. So to be driving his car, he's someone that obviously follow and have really good friends in Speedway and especially Superstock. So it's someone that I've followed and been a fan of for a while, and to drive his car is really cool. I'm just looking forward to learning each time I go out, and hopefully don't make a fool of myself too much.
I'm sure you won't. Of course, tonight we do have a couple of practices for you, and then we get into the racing tomorrow, gridding up and what have you. So it will be a little bit different, but it gives you guys a really good chance to get used to how these cars handle.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the biggest thing for me is just, taking it step by step and just having fun and enjoying it, and making sure that we all come home in one piece, and obviously it's something totally different for most of us, so it'll be cool.
And of course, totally different horsepower, totally different car. Have you actually had a chance to drive one of these cars, or are you going in fresh and green in your first practice?
The first time I drove it was out of the pits before onto the middle of the track for some photos, so I think there's plenty of us that haven't done it before, but I think there's a few sneaky guys like Richie and Andre that have done a little bit beforehand, so it'll make it interesting, but just really looking forward to doing something totally different.
Well, listen, we really appreciate your time. We appreciate you being here. Like I say, but it's such a fantastic cause. We really, really do love that we can invite you to do this. On behalf of Pits Media, we thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Good on you, Bianca. And I tell you what, one of the great things about being down here at Paradise Valley this weekend, look at this. We've got a 4-time Bathurst champ, and a man who does a great job on Sky Speed, and we've got the European Rally champ and a multiple New Zealand Rally champ. And here they are, side by side, having a bit of a yak, talking about stock cars. Are you ready, Move?
Mate, I think we've been standing around too long. We are more than ready. We just want to get out there. We just went and did the little parade lap thing, and the track looks amazing, tighter than we both sort of thought it looked from the outside. But we just want to go and actually have a drive now.
At the driver's briefing, when they said 38 into the wall, what was your reaction?
Well, that's Lala, that's Lance Ashton, and he's just trouble. He is just trouble with a capital T. But no, it's all good fun, mate. We're all just we're all having a bit of a laugh and throwing some sledging around the place. But they can try. But I'm driving the tank.
Yes, a little like for the days of Bruce Robertson, the tank from the Palmerston North Panthers.
There you go. Now you're talking. Yeah, I've seen some things that this thing's done to other people in other cars, so I don't think anyone's even... I don't think they got the balls there, Clint. Don't think they got the balls.
I watched him smash Paul Moore at Forest Lake Stock Car Stadium about 1 million years ago. Righto, this dude gets it sideways. Hayden, come on out here, champ. Let's have a look at this beautiful black and gold machine from Dylan Towler. And everyone's saying the drifters have got an advantage because they do it sideways. Well, mate, you're just the land of the long grey gravel, aren't you? Now you've got a bit of dirt out there.
Gravel, yeah, but this is dirt, a little bit different. But no, looking forward to it. This is going to be an awesome couple of nights here, and big thanks to Dylan and Ronnie. This is like immaculate car, like it's pretty special Superstock car, this one. So I'm pretty lucky to drive this one and go out and go sideways and have some fun.
First impression, just sort of ticky touring around the track here at Paradise Valley?
Yeah, like what Greg said, track's tighter than what I thought. So when you put 10 of us on the track at the same time trying to pass, and no doubt there'll be a bit of contact, it's going to be good fun. No idea what the grip's going to be like, but we're here to enjoy ourselves first and foremost, obviously raising money for 2 great charities, and I'm sure by the time we get to the last race tomorrow night, we'll all be full of confidence and all hell might break loose.
Well, it's going to be a great little 3-lap practice, well, a 3-session practice session tonight. You get about 12 laps to cruise around. Just thinking, you've got no co-driver, no John Kennard, you've got no pace notes, but you can actually see where you're going. You've got 2 gears, foot down, and away you go. Nice, simple formula.
Simple, and if I get lost here, there's a big problem. So as long as I keep going left, we should be okay. But no, it's going to be good. It's obviously an awesome arena for the spectators as well, but just missing a handbrake. Be nice if we had a little handbrake lever there just to flick it into the corners, but I'm sure we'll work out another way.
Now tell us a bit, what's it like to come back home and do something like this for charity and mix and mingle with the likes of Murph and Finger Dan and all the other drivers? Because you spent so much time down in Cromwell developing your evolution with the EVs, and here, the sights, the sounds, the smell of it. Good old-fashioned V8, mate.
Oh, don't worry, I love my combustion cars as well, so we still get plenty of that. But yeah, this is obviously, we're not used to 8 cylinders, we're normally used to 4 cylinders. But actually, I must say, I'm just really enjoying it here. Like the atmosphere, everyone's here is quite relaxed, everyone's here to enjoy it. Really good family atmosphere. So yeah, it's going to be this. It's nice to have your feet on the ground in New Zealand for a little bit as well after such a busy year, and this is like a bit of a motorsport holiday for us. So yeah, can't ask for any more.
All right. One last question before we get to Richie, the local lad from Rotorua, Stanway. Congratulations on winning the European Rally Championship, mate. How good was that, and how did it, mean to you in your career?
Probably the biggest championship we've won in our career before. It was obviously our goal this year. So when you tick it off, when there's a bit of pressure from yourself to make sure you do it, when it's your first year doing it as well, you're up against it when you're on new events and up against new competition. But everything went well. The team, John, it was just one of those perfect seasons, more or less. And now we've got the job of trying to defend it. If we can try and find the money to get back there, and of course, when you go back as a champion, you've got a target painted on your back. So that just becomes a whole new challenging.
Well, you've got a target painted on your back here tonight. Good on you, champ. And watch out for number 96, Hayden Patton, and also the local man from Rockin' Rotorua, Richie Stanway, who's with Bianca.
Clint, rocking Richie Stanway, I think you just called him, of course, is driving the 66M machine. Richie, welcome. I understand you've literally just got into Rotorua.
Yeah, it's great to be here after so many years of delays, so it's nice to have the sun out when we needed it.
Absolutely, like you said, it's 3 years in the making. I think everybody knows it's taken a long time to actually organise this, but how great is it to be here? There's definitely a vibe for you guys at the minute.
Yeah, it's for me quite special to come back and do this because I grew up here watching my dad do it. So to come back later in my career and have another skid is very special to me. So it was really frustrating to have it cancelled the last few years. So it's really cool to finally be here.
Richie, tell us, how long has it been since you've actually driven on this track? Because we know that you've started your career in mini stocks, but it has been quite some time.
Yeah, it's 16 years roughly to the month that I raced here last. So it's good to have a bit of experience. Like I'm not just turning up completely unaware of what I'm about to get into, but after that amount of time, to be honest, I don't really remember too much. So it almost feels like I haven't done it before.
I'll give you a clue. Put it in first, put it in second, and just go for gold.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Tell us, we do have to talk about it. Current Bathurst winner, of course. I am one of the biggest super V8 supercar fans in New Zealand. Went absolutely crazy when you won, of course. So I want you to tell everybody at home, we were talking just a minute ago and you said it had to happen at that time of your career. Can you explain to us what that means? Yeah,
well, like I said, I'm definitely not the youngest person to ever win it. And then if it goes on for a few more years, the older you get, the less and less likely that it's probably going to happen. So it felt like it was the right time to get one under the belt. And I knew driving, at Red Bull with Shane, I was going to have a pretty good chance. So it's been a really tense year, just waiting right for that one day. And then dreaming of that exact result. And then, it just felt like everything was tracking in the right direction, and then to get out of the car and have 60 laps of the race left and not being in the car and sitting in the garage and just watching, it felt like the longest few hours of my life, just praying that it all came together. So for me it really makes up for, I guess, a fair few years where my career's sort of been off the rails a bit, and to get a win like that just makes up for everything that hasn't gone to plan over the last few years. Like you say, dreams, we can make them up. We can, dream and dream. They don't often come true, but for you it absolutely did, and we are absolutely wrapped that you've joined us here in Rotorua. But tell us, obviously not too many nerves coming in here, but what about the owner of the car? How do you think he's feeling right now? The actual owner hasn't come down to the pit yet, but hopefully he's had a few beers by the time I roll out, so he's not hopefully too worried. But yeah, I mean, charity race, so we're not going to be tearing the cars up, hopefully.
Listen, we really do appreciate your time. There's a bit of a lull going on at the minute. We might see if we can go and talk to some of the Superstock drivers. I actually just had a word to one of them before. They are usually really shy, so they're loving having you guys here. Takes the limelight off them.
Yeah, awesome. It's going to be fun to watch the main category, actually. It's massive field of cars and, yeah, really high quality of cars here. So it's going to be fun to watch, as well as getting the chance to have a skid.
I tell you what, I'll invite you to come and watch with me. We're going to stand up on the pole line when they go. There's nothing quite like it. Maybe not like the V8s, but it comes in pretty close.
Yeah. I need to actually watch to see what lines I need to take.
We'll see what we can do. Hey, Clint, I don't know where you are. Oh, yes, I can see you down there with Horse. I will cut over to Clint. We really appreciate your time, Richie.
All right, thank you.
Horse, that's it, mate, yeah.
How'd you get that nickname?
Oh, I know, I've had it for years. When I started my apprenticeship, my workmates started calling me Horse, and I've been stuck with it ever since.
So we're talking about Ross Ashby, who's the owner of number 38, the Murph tank. Tell us a bit about the tank and the relationship to the tank that I watched Bruce Robinson race many, many years ago.
Yeah, well, probably 20 years ago now, I got my first tank, and Kerry Bajeski, who builds the tanks down in Palmy, sort of took over from the Bruce Robinson reign. He bought my first tank, and then I raced that for sort of 8 years, and then I bought this one here myself sort of 11, 12 years ago, and it's still going strong, yeah.
What's it like being one of the owners here and putting up these 12 Superstock cars for the superstars from supercars and drifting and Hayden Paddon, Aaron Slight, to come and do the big charity weekend here at Paradise Valley this weekend?
Yeah, well, when Lala, I'm good mates with Lala, and when he said to me about it, I didn't even have a second thought about putting my car up for these guys. It's for a good cause. And for us as a team and family, like it's just a massive privilege for us to have Murph driving our car. I mean, he's an absolute legend, and we're just so humbled to have Murph driving our car, and like we've been looking forward for this for 3 years, and tonight we finally get to do it. It's good.
Righto, Horse, take us around your car, the mini tank. Tell us a bit about the engine, the horsepower, and if you see some great different setups, they've got the staggered setup, smaller tyres in the front, different tyres, different tread patterns at the rear. So what's the get-go about a Superstock? Righto, Ross?
So this one here is running a non-VVTi quad-cam Toyota V8 built by Watkins Race Engines in Christchurch. Dyno's up at about 500 horse and about 350 foot-pounds. To be fair, there's not a lot of Toyota left in them. They're all just a lot of money and time goes into them. And we're just running all adjustable AFCO shocks. They're all set up by RSC down in Levin and in Manawatu. Angus down there, and so we can adjust our shocks on all four corners. We're just running Hersier racing tyres. Like you say, we've got a bigger one on our right rear for our stagger. We just got.
So for those who don't know, what does that do, and why do you actually have a bigger right rear? Because I suppose that's where the load is.
Yeah, so because we're predominantly turning left, we race left all the time. It's obviously shown more in sprint cars. You can see the big difference in their tyres, but these ones here, we're only like a sort of 5-6 inch stagger. We're quite limited on our tyre sizes. We're only sort of got like a 2-inch, 3-inch variation on each size. Everyone runs a different stagger. This one doesn't run as much as stagger, and it's just all part of the setup, And
you got 8.5, you're limited to 8,500 reps?
You're limited to whatever your engine builder sort of says to you. This one here, we soft limit about 8.6, does about 8.8. There's no point in revving it anywhere past what your dyno's showing you to do. So a lot of revs for a little V8, yeah.
Well, we'll get Stiffy to get some shots of the actual tank and the rear wheel here. So tell us a bit about the tank side of this mobile, because she looks pretty damn solid, bro.
Yeah, well, it's a different design to the space frames. This is like a plate car. The whole thing's built out of plate. It's got chassis rolls through it, whereas the space frame cars are all RHS and triangulated. This whole car here is just fully plated, somewhat like they call it like a coffin. So the tank's a little bit of a dying breed, but there's still a few around, and I just love my tanks, and someone's got to be different. Someone's got to have one, and this thing's on the pace. It's right. It's at the pointy end. Takes the punishment, and she just never gives up.
So if you weren't doing the celebrity with Murph driving your machine this weekend, would you have been one of the invitation dudes taking part in the what should be a sensational showdown for the Superstocks?
Yeah, 100%. Rotorua is my favourite place to race. We're registered at Bay Park, but like this is our next closest track, so yeah, 100% I'd be out there. I'd be out there racing with the big boys, and I mean that's going to be spectacular tonight. Watch those fellas. Probably quite cool to be in the stands for a change actually, and watch the boys go hard. But yeah, like I say, I was never going to hesitate about putting Murph in my car. That's for sure.
Well, I know that Paul Hickey and Tony G will be commentating. Looking forward to the showdown of the Superstocks. Who do you think is going to be some of the stars to watch out for in the actual main game tonight with the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions, the elimination sessions, and get down to the big showdown tomorrow night for all the fans enjoying the action on Pits TV and also live here at Paradise Valley?
Yeah, it's a massive call. You can't really pick it these days. Like 5-6 years ago, there would have been 10, 20 top cars, but now everybody's just on their game, you know. And I mean, Asher Rees and Pete Rees, they get around here like, you know, they're always at the top of the game. But there's so many cars here now that could win it. And the thing is, with 34 or 5 cars they've got in their heats, you've just got to survive turn 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. So once you've done your first lap, the boys will all settle into their seats and they'll be into it. But the tight circuit at Rotorua off the start, as everyone will see, there'll be a lot of carnage in that first lap, and they could possibly lose 6 or 8 cars in that first corner.
As the owner of the 38 orange and black mobile with the Murph behind the wheel, when they did the driver's briefing, they said turn 1, lap 1, and 38, Murph into the wall. What was your reaction? Say, bugger off, leave my car alone.
Nah, they can try as hard as they like. This thing will keep coming back at them, and it's had plenty of serve ups. It keeps going. If they start pushing them around, I'll be getting in Murph's ear and telling them to push back. So this car can definitely handle that. So if they're game enough to bring it on, well, he'll just have to give it back to them.
Well, it's anything like Bruce Robertson in the tank when we used to watch, and they destroyed Paul Moore and the Waikato boys, and of course the Rotorua Rebels. You guys have been champions.
Yeah, no, like I'm busters through and through, and we've won that team champs 3 times, and I done my stint here at Rotorua and raced for the Rebels when there was no Bay Park. So yeah, like I say, Bruce Robinson 50 years ago, I think last year we had our 50-year celebration for the tank, and I'm just determined myself to keep the tanks going, and like I say, there's probably only half a dozen in the Superstock class now, but there's no reason for me to get out of it. It's a different car. Everyone loves me tanker, and it's still on the pace. It's still doing the job, so I'll just keep turning up with it as long as my old body can handle it.
Good on you, mate. Great to go back to the Stockies and see another tank. Up the Stockies. That's Horse, one of the great owners, putting on the show for the charity and the Speedway stars and those supercars. Guys are going to put on a super show on the dirt over the weekend. So let's catch up with Bianca. She'll be down along pit lane before we go racing and catch up with Paul Hickey and Tony G and enjoy the start to summer. About bloody time, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's awesome to see some sun, that's for sure.
Introductions, probably no need here. Andre Heimgartner, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And yeah, I'm getting a bit sunburnt here, mate. The weather's awesome.
It's not too bad. I do have a little bit of a red nose, so I might have to go and cover that up. But hey, listen, we really appreciate that you've come along to this, Andre. It means a lot to a lot of people. But you didn't need too much of a buy-in. You were hands up, let's go, we're going racing.
Yeah, last year I was keen to do it, and I saw some YouTube stuff and probably wasn't the best thing to do, and saw them crash and bash and thought, shit, hopefully that's not us. But no, look, we've got a good bunch of guys here, and it's all for a good cause, and you know, I've got a great car, and just looking forward to having some fun on dirt and having some good racing.
And obviously Paul over here, he's just sitting there with his feet up. He has absolute trust in you. He's not stressed at all either, is he?
No, we did some testing yesterday. He's like, mate, you need to go harder. So he is egging me on to do more and more. So no, he's really good, and yeah, as I said, the car's really well set up, and looking forward to this weekend.
In terms of the setup though, did you slip straight into there? Did you have to change the seats, or I mean, you're about the same height as him.
About the same height, but I'm a few bears less, so there's a little bit of padding that needed to go on the side, but basically everything fit, really good. So nice and easy slip riding.
Nice. Now, I do have some stickers. Paul's given us some. What I can tell you, not right now, but at the end of the racing, they can come down and see you, Andre, and you're going to sign some of these stickers, and you're going to be giving them away to the kids.
Yeah, beautiful. Just come down any time when we're hanging out and we're around, and we'll sign some stickers, and yeah, all good.
And of course, the first kids that are going to get them are little Jackson and Caleb here, aren't they? Say hello. Look, everyone's watching on the TV. They begged us and we said, of course, they can come in.
Being shy.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens, when the camera's actually turned on.
It's all part of it. I was like that when I was a kid too.
So you did have a couple of spins and a couple of laps in here yesterday. We did actually see it. I think we were watching it on One News, having a good old laugh at that. But I hear that Paul said, just go hard until you spin.
Yeah, basically, he said just if you're not spinning,
Upstairs
you're not
to
doing a
Van.
hard enough job. So I was like, okay, well, here we go.
When these interviews finish, are we going to take a quick break before we get racing?
Tomorrow, the track will be a lot more gripped up, and apparently I'll be able to do that and not spin. So, yeah, it's going to be, a real experience.
Can you tell me, or tell everybody, has everyone warned you about turn 1 yet?
I don't know, but turn 1's obviously pretty tight, and I imagine when you have a whole lot of cars around you and you have to enter quite wide, that people are going to be throwing it up the inside. So I think we're all pretty novice, apart from maybe Stanway. He comes from a Speedway family, so he might have the edge on us all, but we'll wait and see.
And I was lucky enough to join you in your drivers' meeting. So we'll tell everybody at home what's actually going to happen. You guys in your first 2 races tonight are actually going to use it as a practice. So you get used to the green lights and the yellow lights and the stop, thumbs up and thumbs down, because that's also really, really important for all of our marshals here at Rotorua.
Yeah, for sure. I think tonight's just a bit of a practice night, and then we'll have a race for the last one. And but it's just a fun race. There won't be any points, and then they'll get us in the routine for the procedures for tomorrow. And tomorrow, that's when the points start. So probably today will be all fun and games, and then as soon as we sort of get right into it, then it'll get much more competitive. But yeah, I can't wait.
I think what they will allow you guys to do as well is actually grid up along the pace chute and follow him around. Then he's going to pull off and you guys can get used to that. That I think we don't call it a static start, but we call it a rolling start.
Yeah, it's sort of similar. We have similar things in supercars or other categories where we have rolling starts. So it's all a variation of what we've all done. But yeah, it's going to be good. Got to watch out for those drifters though.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, on behalf of everybody here, and especially Steve Williams, he's been planning this for so long now. Lance Ashton, everyone here, Samuel Ashton, everyone just... I mean, we're absolutely wrapped that you're here. Pits Media, of course, we're absolutely thrilled that we were allowed to come and do this for you as well. So on behalf of everybody, we really do thank you. I hope that you have nothing but an absolute ball this weekend.
Well, that's the plan, yeah. It's great to be here for a great cause, and it's always cool to come back, meet lots of the grassroots sort of people, and stock cars I haven't had much to do with in the past, but I'm actually really impressed with how it's all run, the cars, the quality of the field. So, yeah, it's a great experience for me.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said to one of the drivers just earlier before, these stock car drivers and Superstock drivers are absolutely loving you guys being here, because I haven't even spoken to them yet, so we better go and share some love with them later on. But thanks again, Andre, we really do appreciate your time.
No worries, thank you.
Nobody was home. Yeah, I got it on my own. Independent, shit up on my own. Silicone. Love me, you love me, then let me unwrap. Yeah, you made my emotions. Now I'm on the air. Love me, you love me, then let me unwrap. Yeah, you made my emotions. Now I'm on the air. Let's go!
Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kia ora, haere mai ki Rotorua. This is the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational, an event 3 and a bit years in the making. COVID put a stop to it. The rain gods put a stop to it. But here, in the middle of December 2023, we are set to go racing. hosted by the Rotorua Stock Car Club and the Steve Williams Foundation. It is a weekend of fundraising for two amazing charities here in New Zealand, the Starship Foundation and Ronald McDonald House Charities. And each and every one of you in the venue tonight here at Paradise Valley Speedway and watching through the Pits TV are helping to raise money for this amazing cause. Tonight, close to 70 Superstock races begin the competition to find the winner of a first prize of $20,000 in the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational. We have got the best of the best stock cars set to go into battle over 6 heats, and we've got youth mini stocks, the future of the sport, set to take to the track to entertain, and the Garage 16 Celebrity Challenge, which everybody is excited about. Welcome along as the first of the race cars hit the track. It is Superstocks. Paul Hickey and Tony Gallagher in the commentary position across the course of the night. We'll be crossing to the pits throughout the evening as well and catching up with Clint and Bianca once again. Tony, here we are. The engines are about to roar.
Yeah, the first cars come out the gate, 99k, Blake Adamson. Just a note that you've written down there, Paul, about the letters of the track. So the K is for Kiki Speedway. 9R, Brent Stewart will start on the outside. R for Rotorua. We then go to Max Holloway in the 81V. The V is for Wanganui, and we've got another Kiki driver there, Shane Malsop in the 71k starting on the outside row.
It is a great lineup of Superstocks onto row 3. Ken Hunter, the local, on P5, and on grid 6 out of Gisborne it is Sam Hughes. Kerry Remnant, long-time racer here at Paradise Valley, on grid 7. Outside him is that's a 52 of Scott Joblin.
We then go back to P9. It's going to be Hayden Chapman, the 247R, within the 235G of Regan Penn. Liam Marsh in the 11R will start from grid 11, and grid 12 belongs to the 16R of Trevor de Malmonch.
This is Blue Group Heat number 1, your New Zealand champion, Asher Rees, 1NZ, starting on grid 13, inside Kaylin Mooney. And then one more row back, we've got Sam Guys in 51 on grid 15, and Ryan Hunt out of Bay Park, Mount Maunganui, on grid 16.
We'll go back to row number 9. We've got Keegan Levine, former 240s champion, winner here from P17. Seth McConchy, the 272M, will start outside him. Jacob Buckrow in the 99B will start from grid number 19, and grid number 20 is Tim Ross, the 144G.
And to round out the field, two quickies on this next row, Quinn Ryan, 46B, and the former New Zealand champ Randall Tarrant on grid 22. And all on his lonesome on that back row is Logan Nicholson Maybe in the number 5 car out of Huntley. It is a star-studded lineup, this first group. 2 groups for our Superstock qualifying tonight. Let's take a chance here to run you through how this works. Our Superstock field, just under 70, we have split them into 2 groups. Each group has 4 races, but each driver only competes in 3 of the 4 races, so we call it our 3/4 format. Drivers earn points. The higher up they finish in each race, the more points they score. At the end of all 4 races, the drivers have had 3. We add up, combine all their points, and the top 12 point scorers move through to that finals field tomorrow night. There will still be 2 spots left, so we're going to take 12 drivers from Blue Group, 12 drivers from Green Group. The next of the drivers who missed out on qualifying will face a last chance repecharge. We're first and second in that repecharge race tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. We'll make the finals field. So the drivers have had the chance. They've done a couple of laps and they've got a feel for the track, and now the cars are going to start gridding up, but looks like we've got a problem down there for the 5W of Keegan Levine. He's pulled up by the pit gate. So again, if you're not familiar with Speedway, the drivers get the opportunity for what we call the 3-minute bell. They get a 3-minute opportunity to fix any issues with the car, and they can, the pit crew, they need to wait for the instructions to get over the gate. So they've come out. So don't see anybody rushing off in a hurry as we look at his crew behind the scenes. So no, obviously nothing major there. They've just popped back up on the fence. So the 5W of Keegan Levine, he's going to start off grid 17. New liveries this year for the Hutt Park Racing team. A little bit less conspicuous on the track. Was used to the bright orange, but Keegan Levine, he has won the World 240s here at Paradise Valley a few years back.
I wonder if Keegan was probably a little bit sheepish at pulling away. I don't know if you remember Teams Champs a couple of years ago, Paul, when the new rule came in,
Yes.
they can't leave without getting told. So Keegan just sitting there ever so patiently until he got the word from the clerk of the course to wind him off. I'm pretty going to make the assumption that that's exactly what he was waiting
Yes.
for. So he's going to slot it back in there behind the 51R. And what a group of Superstocks we have. They're about to light up the valley. We have the celebrities. They've all made their way up into the VIP lounge to overlook the circuit. They're going to get one heck of a shock when they realise how loud it is when when
It is the spot,
20-something Superstocks roar past them into turn one.
So the front row, Blake Adamson in the 99 and Brent Stewart in the 9R car. They've got the pressure heading into that first corner. Not quite sure if I'd really want to be where the likes of Regan Penn, Scott Joblin are sitting at the moment, 3 or 4 back on the outside row. What's this push going to be like into the famous first turn of Paradise Valley? The Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational, we are go. And the field does separate up a little as they do take off. Here we go, there's the push, and it's Max Holloway who's the first one out into the concrete. He's going to bounce around there, most of them are through. Joblin strong right down to the back in the 52, that's Scott Joblin. So into the first turn, into the end of the first lap, and it's Blake Adamson who's got the advantage and leads them away. Liam Marsh is the first car to get turned around. Trevor de Malmonch gets spat out down the back as well. Couple of tangles in turn number 2 for the second time. Off onto the grass goes Mount Simon Buckroll.
And look at the moves from Asher Rees. He's come from grid number 13 up into grid 5 to position 5 already.
Yeah, not mucking around the New Zealand champion. You knew. Oh, but he's gone wide here. He's got an issue the one ends in. Ran wide into the turn 1 and 2 concrete.
Fastest lap on track at the moment belongs to Ken Hunter with an 18.8, and we have gone red lights as they all come to a stop on the main straight there.
It'll be for the 11R car of Liam Marsh. Got spun up in turn 4 on the opening lap. Keegan Levine in the 5. We saw with those little issues here. He's moved up into the top 10 from his grid 17 start. So as you'd expect, some of the big names, the likes of Keegan Levine, Asher Rees making some moves early in this one here at Paradise Valley. Green flags and lights are underway. So the local looks up the inside. Brent Stewart takes the lead from Adamson. Here comes Hunter as well. Ken Hunter in the 335. So the 2 locals now move to the front of the fields. Adamson drops back into 3rd spot.
So a good 3-way battle for the lead there at the moment between Brent Stewart, Ken Hunter and Blake Adamson as they make their way through turn 1 and 2. Kerry Remlin as well, the 19M trying to make hot pursuit. Ken Hunter done plenty of laps around here, a very familiar name for Speedway as well. Ken Hunter, the 335 there as one goes round. This is 77.
Yeah, Sam Hughes, again, not the nicest spot to be sitting as the drivers come racing off turn number 4.
So Ken Hunter now getting right up on the back bumper of Brent Stewart here, and he takes a look up the inside, he puts his front bumper into the side rail. He's just going to try and keep himself right there or thereabouts as the red lights come on. And that will likely be in the top of the screen there. So the 77G just gets going again.
So for those non-regular Speedway goers, red lights came on, but from the referees, drivers need to come to a stop. And even though we saw the 77 get himself fired up there, unlike the last stoppage, rules being, if you are the cause of the red light, you retire anyway. So even though he got the car fired up just after the red lights came on, he still has to go to the infield. So there we see, down in front of race control, that is for the lead. 9 and 335 are over by the pit gate. 9 and 335, first and second, then back to 99. It is 5 laps completed. We're almost half distance in this opening heat of the night in the blue group, thanks to Valvoline, naming right sponsors of the full weekend. May have been just something lying on the track there. There was from the 77 car. That's been recovered. Set for a restart.
And a good start there for Brent Stewart as well off the restart, but he's got a big push coming out of turn 2. Ken Hunter's going to look out the inside and get some better drive.
The 1NZ of Asher Rees made the move on Kerry Remnant and made the pass. Keegan Levine continues to chase hard as well and looks up the inside of Max Holloway, who was in the running at that big championship meeting in Wanganui a couple of weeks ago, and he felt the bumper, felt the wrath of being in championship contention for the first time. So it's still 9 and 335. And Stewart gets it a wee bit wrong. Hunter up the inside, nice smooth line. from the 335 car. Blake
Remnant.
Anderson. Remnant's gone around.
He's done a nice 360 and regathered. Away he goes again.
Yeah, so he's dropped down to 10th spot, Kerry Remnant. He was running up in 6th, so didn't lose too many. So the race leaders coming up on a couple of back markers here. Oh, we've got a shredded inside rear for the 247 of Hayden Chapman. That's just ripping that fiberglass body apart.
So take a look back at the battle for second and third. Now Brent Stewart still holding off the 99k of Blake Adamson as they run on the track at the moment. Asher Rees a little bit further back, getting a bit of pressure from Keegan Levine now, the 5W. So we take a look back at the second and third place runners once again.
So there you see them just coming off turn 4. Two of the big guns, really, side by side. Levine and Rees as the white flag drops. One to go. And Kenneth Hunter, he's just pulled away once he got his nose in front of Brent Stewart. Here we go, last corner lunge from Levine on Rees. But it's going to be a win for Hunter. So impressive from Kenneth Hunter. And 335R came from grid 5 to take the win. We'll take a look at the unofficial finishing results. 335R, Ken Hunter takes the win ahead of Brent Stewart. 9R, then Blake Adamson, 99k. Your 1NZ, Asher Rees, was 4th, getting there just ahead of Keegan Levine, 5W in 5th. It was then 272 Seth McConchie, 81V Max Holloway, 26V Caelan Mooney, 66A Randall Tarrant, and 46B Quinn Ryan, who rounded out the top 10. Big move from Ryan there towards the end as well. Kerry Remnant, Tim Ross, Shane Malsock, Jacob Buckrill, and Logan Nicholson maybe down to 15th. Scott Joblin, not a good run for him, along with our recent champion Regan Penn, Ryan Hunt, Sam Guys, Hayden Chapman to round out the top 20. Have come through this class over the years across all divisions. They make their way from this youth class into the saloons, into the stock cars, the super stocks, the sprint cars, the midgets, the TQs. They go left, right and centre. It really has been an amazing addition to Speedway over the last couple of decades. And as we heard Bianca earlier on, the name Richie Stanway doesn't need any introduction to New Zealand motorsport fans anymore. The current Bathurst champion, looking forward to seeing him back in there full-time next year in the supercars. He started his racing. He used to race one of these things, the youth mini stocks, right here at Paradise Valley. The Stanaway name has had a long and rich history from the mid-70s, and now that continues here this weekend with Richie back on the track. And the green flag drops and we're underway. It's an 8-lapper for our youth mini stocks tonight. So they look like stock cars. They are called mini stocks, but they are non-contact.
Well, supposedly non-contact as they get together as they come out of turn 2 there. Cohen right at the very back, and the 189R as well. A bit coming together. But yeah, the miniature stock cars as we call them, I guess. Yeah, like you say, Paul, we look through the grids of Mini Stocks in Paradise, one of the biggest, actually overall speedway meetings in the country. Big damage for Cohen Wright as he pulls off there. Take a look at George Crawford out front as well in the 972. Sorry, Jimmy Crawford, that is. But we take a look through those podiums from the years gone by in Mini Stocks in Paradise, and those names are up there with the biggest, and they've got podiums in bigger classes.
Yep, the Mini Stocks in Paradise. There is, because of the Speedway New Zealand kind of put, well, it's with the mini stocks, let's not make it too competitive. So there is actually no official New Zealand championships, but the Mini Stocks in Paradise event run by the Rotorua Club mid-February every year, the kids in the mini stock class have kind of adopted it as their unofficial New Zealand championships, and most years the fields approaching between kind of 160 and 200 of these kids from right across New Zealand. And this year, for the first time, I do believe it is going to be live streamed, so that'll be something to watch out for in mid-February. Out front it is still Jimmy Crawford in the 972, Ashton Dawn, there's a name, Speedway name, out of Palmerston North, right on the tail, sitting there in second place, and Jake Hancock from the Waikato 98 sits in third. This is a good little battle bunch here, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th doing battle. Bridie Morrow at the back of that battle pack in the number 82R.
There's your battle out front, the 972, Jimmy Crawford and the visiting driver from Palmerston, Ashton Dawn, going each other. A lot of momentum required for these mini stocks, and you see just then that Ashton loses a bit of momentum as she touches the back of young Crawford there.
Yeah, just little 1200cc Datsun Nissan engines in these mini stocks. Oh, we've got one in the concrete wall. We've got a couple in, all tangled up now over in turn number 2. Got 3 of them. Front bumpers into the wall. White flag drops. They're all going to hit reverse here as the race leaders come around. And they make their way. Crawford gets caught. He did get caught down there, the race leader. He just couldn't get that car pulled around. Looks as though the officials are just going to continue running here as opposed to red lighting it. And so it's going to be Ashton Dawn who takes the win in the 24. Oh, disappointment there for Crawford. Led the whole race from pole position, and is going to end up right down the field. Well, not too bad. He actually recovered for 7th place in the end, Jimmy Crawford. It's not first, though, is it? It's not holding the black and white flag.
So it's Riley McKeown in the 64 still stuck down there. This is as they finish.
Ashton Dawn takes the win. Jake Hancock home in second. 63k Riley Brennan benefacted in that and ended up on the podium. Bridie Morrow 82R, then 971 George Crawford. Jaden James in 6th place. Jimmy Crawford, that race leader through most of it, in 7th. Then 15 Ben Cooper, 351 Carl Vasey, and 741 Tiana Chatfield.
Yes, and I can tell you, boys, that Ken Hunter's a very happy chappy. How was that to take the checkered flag, mate? What a great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, mate, that's right. We got lucky in that first corner, and we managed to pluck a couple of cars off during the race, which was good.
And we started, grid 5?
Grid 5, yes, yep.
So you managed to work your way up through the front and avoid the carnage.
Yeah, mate, we got lucky. We got real lucky. You need a bit of luck on your side in this game, and we managed to get the win.
Tell us a bit about the track. What was it like?
The track was very greasy at the start, and when it dried out, it was slick, so it was quite surprising. I thought it would be a bit drivier than that, but we'll make some adjustments, and hopefully our car can be a bit quicker.
And what about the rest of the night? I mean, you got your 3 races tonight. Where are you going to be starting in the other races?
Yep, so that was our first race. We were up the front. So our next 2 races, we're going to be... The second race will be at the back, and the last race will be mid-pack.
You made the most of starting up the front to take the checkered flag. Tell us a bit about the significance of your number 335R.
Yeah, mate, so 335, my brother was 37 and he got sick of changing his number all the time, so he went to 337. And then my cousin went 336, and then that's how I got 335.
All right. And what about your brother? You're racing in memory of him, are you?
Most definitely, mate. His theories are still pretty sharp today. I race on his theories and what he thinks is good, and I try and make my car to suit what he thought was good. And I think he's the best because he won pretty much everything there is to win in the sport, and I just try and take learnings from what he's told me.
He sadly passed away recently.
Yes, he passed away 6 years ago of cancer. A battle with cancer, and his dream was to get back into one of these things and race at the highest level, but unfortunately that didn't happen. But it's all good.
You're living the dream for him, mate. Good on you, bro. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
There you go. Watch out for 335R, one of the local stars here at Paradise Valley in marvellous Rotorua.
Yeah, Ken Hunter, part of that Hunter whānau that has been around Paradise Valley since day dot, and talking there about his brother Darcy Hunter. Yeah, he's New Zealand Superstock champion, double winner of the World 240s Championship, member of the Rotorua Rebels, and just everybody in that Hunter family. Stock cars is in the blood. Right, here we go. Green Group, Heat 1 is on track, and it is Mike King who sits on pole. Robbie Morris, the locals, on the front row. Peter Rees, former New Zealand champion, sits on P3. Alongside him, his Gisborne clubmate, James Clark.
The 221A of Brooke Clarkson will start from grid 5, and then we go to Damien Orr on grid number 6. Ethan Levine, brother of Keegan, the 46 dub, starts from P7, and then we go to R Wobbles in the 14R.
Yeah, great to have him across here from overseas. So right, then we go to P9. It is Lance Ellsworth. Great to have him back in the 77. Elias Dykstra starts on position grid number 10. We then go to Regan McKenzie and Matt Nielsen on grids 11 and 12.
Grid 13 belongs to Adam Groom. Matt Pickard will be outside him. We go back to Glenn Clark in the 12R from grid number 15. Grid number 16 is Craig Chatfield. Oh, Cody, sorry.
Could easily happen. Robbie Maybe, 33H on 17. Outside him is Brett Loveridge out of Hawke's Bay. Mitch Vickery on 19 with Dale Stewart on grid 20.
Go back to the last few grids. Hamish Booker, the 82S, will start from grid number 21. Outside of him, Richard Gaskin in the 22W. Todd Hemingway in grid number 23. And Tyler James in the 89G will start all the way back there on grid number 24.
So 24 starters in this one, 23 in the last. It is another star-studded field of drivers taking on this qualifying heat. Simon Joblin, 72P. He's missing this one. He's part of Green Group. He'll be out in the next 3 races. Mike King, though, on pole. Just into his second year of Superstock racing. He's raced street stocks here at Rotorua for many, many years. New Zealand street stock champion. But in behind him, man, Peter Rees. Ticket, a New Zealand Superstock title. Ticket, 5 New Zealand Stock Car Championships. Ticket, multiple teams championships. World 240s. Here we go though, green flag, and we're underway. Green Group, qualifying heat number 1 for the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational.
And 24 cars go barreling into the first corner. It is Peter Rees though and Robbie Morris.
We've got
one up.
Almost over. Who's caught up over there? Matt Nielsen, Brooke Clarkson, and Elias Dykstra. Out front though, it's Peter Rees who has got to the lead. And lights are going to go red. So a few casualties early on in this one. Thought there was a car almost up and over. There was that big squeeze.
So your leaders sitting there side by side as well. Robbie Morris off grid number 2, Peter Rees from grid number 3. Side by side there, Damien Orr. A couple of little moves from him so far. He's just come from grid number 6.
Right, as we look at the super screen, there is the replay coming in here, and you can see, just that squeeze into the wall. There was one almost up and over. But that car managed to get away.
Looked like Cody Chatfield even. Bit of a wild ride for him. Not too sure how many meetings he's done in the Superstock just yet.
So 3 onto the infield. 1.5 laps completed. Set for a restart. The red lights will go out. Drivers then wait for the greens. Matt Nielsen, long way off the pace now after being tangled up in there. He's got plenty of time though. Peter Rees gets a great start in the 10G car. Still multiple cars wide through turns 3 and 4 for the second time. scrambling for spots. Oh, and Levine gets turned around. Damien Orr gets shunted out into the concrete as well. So it's Rees who leads the way. The 99 of Todd Hemingway is up into second place. James Clark third, Mike King at fourth.
Geez, Todd Hemingway's come from grid number 23.
Wow, up into second spot. Big move. Damien Orr, 81G, pulls to the infield. Problems for Dale Stewart. The 94 pulls to the infield. So there is carnage in this one. Compared with the opening heat, Robbie Morris is crawling along the concrete wall in the 638 and into turn 3 and 4. So Peter Rees in car number 10 and Todd Hemingway 99 have kind of gapped the field at the moment. But Hamish Booker, he's also made some big moves up from grid 21 into third spot. So that's what happens when you have these major incidents in the opening lap. If you're lucky enough from down the back to thread the needle, you can see the issues happening in front of you. You've got time to react and you can make some big moves. You're pretty much setting yourself up for less pressure across the rest of the night because you've made some big points in your early heat from down the back, and then you don't need to make any rash decisions in heats 2 and 3 for you on the night. Mitch Vickery has moved up now into fourth place. There's a lot of bumper work going on. A lot more aggression in this one, Tony.
Yes, big moves as well, like you say, Paul. It was a big bunch on that red light. Just almost all of the field, apart from Matt Nielsen and the retired cars, were all in turn 2, or the exit of. There's some bumper work goes in between there. We've got the James from the back of the grid. Loveridge there as well. And it is Brodie James. So we are 10 laps down of this 12-lapper. And Peter Rees, Todd Hemingway both checked out well and true. They've got a half straight lead over Booker. Mitch Vickery now looks to go around the outside of James, and 1 lap to go. White flag out for Peter Rees in the 10G. There he is. No real pressure from Todd Hemingway in the 99. The master of the clay almost. Will long time live as one of the goats of Speedway, that's for sure. Peter Rees, the 10G, will come through and take the checkered flag. Todd Hemingway in the 99 not far behind. Hamish Booker there will come home in third. It's James Clark in the 29. He'll hang on to fourth spot. Lance Ellsworth, some nice work there to come home in fifth. We'll take a look at the finishing order very shortly, but plenty of action, a bit more action than that one. I wonder if the celebrities were watching that to see what it's really going to be like.
Right, we'll look at some of the big moves in a moment, and we'll take a look at the top 10 in Heat 1 for Green Group. Peter Rees home in first place, Todd Hemingway 99G in second, then Hamish Booker impressive in the 82S, James Clark 29G in fourth, Lance Ellsworth was fifth in 77. It was in 26K Mitch Vickery, 74A Cody Chatfield, 58R Mike King, Tyler James 89G, and Richard Gaskin, the 22W, wrapped up the top 10. All right, the stock cars are up. The Mondial stock car, best of the best. And we welcome everybody along. And on pole position all the way from Christchurch, it is Robbie Edgeworth. Outside of Taylor Lamp in the 992. Kirsten Kaiser, first of our females. She's there on grid 3. And Keegan Orr, 735R, sits on grid number 4.
Moving back to row number 3, we've got the 513R of Cullen Flavel and Jaden Steiner in the 18R outside him. Stephen Paddle, the 144R, starts on grid number 7. Grid number 8 belongs to Josh Simpson out of Auckland.
Then we move on to P9 Miller Theobald, 189R, Kirsten Vermeulen on grid number 10. The 3NZ Gary Lonigan is on grid 11, and outside him the 659 Matt Nathan from Auckland.
151 Sieg, Wade Sweeting, good to see him make the trip up here. The 22R of Les Hepworth will be outside him on grid number 14. Gemma Holloway, the current Aotearoa Ladies Champion in the 14B, will start from grid 15, and current 2NZ Scott Tennant from grid 16.
There's the New Zealand champion starting on grid number 17, the 1NZ of Josh Walsh. 15S, another one out of Stratford, Taylor Partini on grid 18. Dion Henderson, number 5 on grid 19, and James Morley, 98R on grid 20.
Jack Honeybone in the 934T will start from grid number 21. Tyler Walker, previous New Zealand champion, start from grid number 22. The 23 grid belongs to 772P of Kyle Lamp and Bryce Simpson in the 98G.
28 cars in this field as we get down towards the back. 99V Cody Lockett and the 416 from Nelson Jack Rarity are there, and on the back row the 208 of Blake Brooks, and his Auckland clubmate in 94A is Sam Wright. So 28 cars. Just confirming the point scoring for the Superstocks, 26 points for a win, 25 for second, 24 for third. With the stock cars, we have got a 28 car field. This will be 28 points for a win. It is 6 races, 3 tonight, 3 tomorrow night, to decide who is the best of the best. And we're underway with the stock cars. These are 15 laps, so these are 3 laps longer than what we saw for the Superstocks. So the stock cars in action, and it is the 992 of Taylor Lamp who grabs the early lead. What's going to happen down here into turn 3 as they all now have a bit of pace? A few bumpers going in there. Kirsten Vermeulen gets a little bit sideways in the 17. A lot of push and shove as they come down the pit straight for the first time at full speed. So it's Keegan Orr now who's popped out at the front at 7.35. He's shown some good pace this year.
Yeah, so Keegan, he's got the new Ace Performance Ford in there and running the injection as well now, showing, like you say, real good pace throughout all the meetings he's attended. And yeah, he's just shot around the outside of turn 1 and 2. Got very lucky. Got a little bit wrong there coming out of turn 2 actually, so it's going to give Cullen Flavel with the 513 a little bit of a chance to get a couple of car legs on him. So we look further back as well. Stephen Paddle there coming around turn 3 and 4. And a couple of the others, Johnny Morley, Josh Simpson too.
So this is the stock cars. They look a lot like the Superstocks that we've just seen in action, but this is the next step down in the Speedway classes in New Zealand. We'll get Tony to run through the technical side of things for you at the end of this one, just to explain it in a bit more detail. Oh, round goes the 3NZ of Gary Lonigan. Takes a big hit there as well from the 98 G car of Simpson. So that's caused issues for a few people out the front though. It is still Keegan Orr as this big bunch of cars does battle down the main straight and into turn 3. So all just kind of jostling for position at the moment in this early stage of their Best of the Best Championship. Why is it called Best of the Best? Well, we've got your 1, 2, 3 NZ. We've got all your podium finishes from the various national championships, the New Zealand Grand Prix, the North Island champs, the South Island champs, and the New Zealands. We've got the teams champions here. Every member of that Auckland Alley Cat side are here. And we also host here in Rotorua in January the Aotearoa Ladies Stock Car Crown, women's only championship, and the podium from that event earlier on this year. They are part of this group as well.
So still jostling for positions there further back, 3, 4, 5 wide as we take a look at Keegan Orr out in front now, and that 735R doing a good job. There's a bit of breathing room for him between himself and Taylor Lamp in the 992 as they tick off another lap. That's 8 laps down to 15. Stephen Paddle there. As we shoot back to Keegan Orr out in front. His car looking very settled. He's going to catch up on some back markers very shortly. There's Stephen Paddle on the 144 putting some pressure on Lamp for second place. Yep. So can Paddle close that gap up a wee bit?
So a good little battle there for third. But what we're going to see here is now the race leader, Keegan Orr. He's going to come up into quite a bit of lap traffic. And the thing with this field here, there was no practice session tonight for the stock cars. So there's a number of these drivers who have probably not done laps here at Paradise Valley for, anywhere up to 2 or 3 seasons.
Or a long time, yeah. And having a field of this quality here, it's great to see all these guys just turning laps together at this pace. Current fastest car at the moment, Scott Tennant, on a 17.6. So he's only 0.3, so less than half a second off the lap record. So Keegan showing his race calf now and shooting up the inside. Is that Honeybone? And he's going to go up the inside, the 934T all the way from Cromwell. As Paddle now looks up the back of Lamb, still can't get around him. There's your battle for second and third.
Oh, and a little bit of trouble right in front of them. Very loose was the Cromwell car of Jack Honeybone. Oh, now Taylor Lamb runs it a bit wide. Paddle's going to look up the inside and moves into second spot with a couple to go. Lamb's going to come back at him though.
So 13 down, just a couple laps to go. Keegan Orr, he will see the white flag this time around.
So some good little mini battles as they jostle for points towards the end of this one. The white flag is out.
Lamb now looking up the back, the inside of the 144 of Paddle. It's going to be a drag race down the back straight. You can see to the side of the screen as Keegan Orr looks up the inside of Holloway.
Yeah, he's not wanting to make any mistakes here, is he? Keegan Orr getting so close, he's going to do it. Taylor Lamb's going to grab back second spot.
So a good little battle for second and third there. Keegan Orr sort of somewhat checked out, slowed himself down a little bit, and the gap did close up towards the end of the race. And there's still some battles going there. Taylor Partini pushes a few of the cars wide there into the wall and grabs a couple of spots late in the race. So a good hard fast. That's exactly what a finals field looks and feels like in the stock car class. As we run through the top 10, Keegan Orr there confirming the win, the 735R. Taylor Lamb grabbing the 992P into second spot in the last couple of laps there. 144R Stephen Paddle in third. Callum Flavel, the 513R, comes home in fourth. Josh Simpson, the 82A, in fifth. Wade Sweeting from Christchurch and the 151 comes home in sixth. Sam Wright, geez, he's come from a long way back. He was off the very back into seventh. The 2NZ Scott Tennant finishes in eighth. Johnny Morley, the 98R, comes home in ninth. And Josh Walsh, not Joe, comes home in 10th spot in the 1NZ.
Right, so Tony, you're a bit more on this technical side than what I am. So what are the main differences between what we've just seen, the stock cars versus the super stock cars?
Well, once upon a time there was a bigger difference. There's certainly in recent years the money difference is certainly not there anymore, and the performance-wise they're getting up there as well. But the main difference is they're not running Hoosier dirt special tyres. These have to be road legal tyres. Most of the choice for most cars are the Cooper Cobras. Lots of grip shown on the dirt, nice soft compound. They do run a 6-cylinder, so they have to be carbureted and they're allowed injected now as well, which has closed the advantage. A lot of them run either the Falcon V6, straight 6 motor, or the Holden Commodore V6. So.
We're going to catch up with the winner of the second Superstock race of the night, Mr. Peter Rees.
Peter, you need to stop winning here in Rotorua. That was an awesome win for the night, though. Hey, I've got to ask, we're not here for a title race, we're here for the 20K. Does it feel any different to be racing for money rather than a title?
Oh, I don't think we'll think about the money tonight. Just got to qualify, but we actually never really chase the money. It's quite a funny thing. We chase the titles and stuff. I think the title will mean a bit more to us than, I dare say, the person who wins the 20K this weekend might give the other half back, like there's an option there. I don't know, but yeah, we'll get through tonight. I mean, I had a front row grid, I got the win, so I haven't really gone forward from grid 3, but I'll see how my next grids go,
Do you know what your next grids are for the next two, Pete?
Yeah, I'm towards the back at 20 and then a 14, so outside, so I can get mixed up in it. So the top 12 is quite a hard ask, so we'll see how we go.
Pete, tell us, the track was a little bit wet in the first Superstock heat. How was it with yours?
Oh, I see Stan went around twice, so he made it very even for first race, second race. He's really smart, so the next round will be just as even. And then the last round, I bet you we get a nice dry driver track. So we've got to keep the car up to that track, and been there a few times before. So we kind of guess it. I sit out the second heat in our 4 heat format. I sit out second, so hopefully I haven't changed the car badly for the race 13.
I've been sitting here for quite a number of minutes. Anything other than the hootier strapped on?
Well, I put a tyre on to change the stagger basically, so tighten up the car. But other than that, we put fuel in it.
Good luck for the rest of the night, Pete.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Cheers.
All right, here we go. I know this is a moment a lot of people have been waiting for, but probably not quite as much as the 12 drivers who are out there on the track. It is the Garage 16 Celebrity Challenge. Tonight is all about practice. Tomorrow night is when they actually start racing. Look, how we've heard from a lot of these drivers in some pre-meeting interviews. They're amped for this.
Yeah, it's very strange to look down at some very familiar helmets and race suits inside Superstocks. I mean, you've got a Boost Mobile race suit down there. You've got Hayden Paddon's very familiar helmet. You've got Fanger Dan's race suit. These guys, they're like Murph said in one of the previous interviews as well, it just wants to get in there and do it. So the sun's come down. The track's going to hold a bit more moisture now as well for them. Hopefully they need a bit more drive. Looking extremely forward to what these celebrities are going to do in these cars.
Okay, now let's very quickly, if we can, before we go green, let's remind you who is in what car. I'm just going to run through the list. In the 15 is let me go names first of these specific people you're looking out for. Fanger Dan is at number 15. Chris Vanderdrift in 21. Steve Williams in 23. Greg Murphy, 38. Richie Stanway is in 66. Lance Hughes is in 84. Ryan Wood is in 94. Hayden Paddon, 96. Cole Armstrong, 177. Aaron Slight, 198. Andre Heimgartner in the 351. And Darren Kelly in 422. So we've got green. So we're just letting them rock into it. So for many of them, it's just their second time hopping into the cars. Most of them hopped in them to drive them out on the infield for a photograph earlier on. But we know these guys aren't afraid of the loud pedal. There we go. Hayden Paddon is the first one to spin it around. So what we see here is we're actually, if you're watching the live stream and can see the super screen, this order is based on fastest lap times. So
Darren Kelly in the 422 goes quickest. As I say that, Greg Murphy crosses the line to go quickest in the 38M tanker.
Look, I honestly, it is not going to take these guys long to get the hang of this, is it?
I mean, they're all literally professional race car drivers, and watching them throw it into those corners, you see Richie Stanway there in the 66, he's getting hard on the brake. He's doing exactly what he needs to do in a Superstock. They're replicating what the normal drivers do. As there's Fanger Dan going around in the 15R. Murphy throws he's just found out what happens when you throw a bumper into the side rail of another car. You have to hook it hard right. It's something to get used to, certainly, when the contact's involved. The 177 there, Cole Armstrong throwing it round turn 1 and 2.
I mean, and it is interesting just looking at you can actually tell the drifters just with the way that they are trying to throw the cars into the corner. And it's not about throwing the car into the corner, is it? It's, a lot of it is in that braking technique. To slow that, especially into turn 1 and 2 here at Paradise Valley.
You do it. I mean, you're trying to keep the car as straight as you possibly can while you're trying to, slide it into the corner. One thing that these guys probably, I mean, this is talking from my own experience, that I'm sure these guys will be used to. Probably not so much Richie Stanway as he's driven an F1 car, but the brakes on these things are actually far. You put your foot down, you come out of the corner and you just take off. The V8 power is really there. But when you get towards the end of the straight and you stand on that brake, the Hoosiers, the brake pedal, everything, it stops a lot quicker than you actually think it is going to happen.
So a couple of them spin up down there in the turn. That's Fanger Dan and Andre Heimgartner. The white flag is out, so they've had their first little burst. It'll be interesting to see what they go back to and the comments are, so we'll have to hear some of that, maybe what advice they are offering, because like you say, these are professional race car drivers. They are used to their offering advice on setups and how they like to drive a car.
Yeah, and a lot of them probably, I mean, talking on the drifters on behalf of them, they definitely set up a lot of their own cars between them, so they'll go back, they'll probably hopefully try and relay in the best words they can in speedway terms.
So we can, as we say, we were keeping an eye on the fastest lap times. So Ryan Wood, who's going to be part of the Walkinshaw Andretti team next year in the supercars, he was the fastest out there with a 17.432, just from Andre Heimgartner, a 17.435. So what's that? 3/1000ths of a second.
I think that might even be a 3, Paul. It's 1/1000th of a second.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that is really close.
That's what they're used to doing in supercars, and it's all about the splits.
So Ryan Wood, Andre Heimgartner, then Derek Kelly rounded out the top 3. Richie Stanway there in 4th. Then Greg Murphy, Steve Williams, Hayden Paddock, Chris Vanderdrift, Cole Armstrong, Lance Hughes rounded out the top 10. Just while we've got a moment, I want to shout out and a special hello to someone who's normally standing alongside me here in the commentary box, Mr. Barry Brown. Nice to have you watching the live stream tonight, Barry, and fingers crossed we do catch up real soon.
Good to see you, Barry.
I know he was really keen on being a part of this meeting, so hope to see you tomorrow night. Asher Rees, the 1NZ New Zealand champion, leads this group out. It is the second qualifying heat for Blue Group. Asher Rees will start on pole position. Caelan Mooney outside him on grid number 2. Sam Guys, the local, on grid 3, and Ryan Hunt sits on grid number 4.
Go back to the third row. Keegan Levine from grid number 5, and the 272M of Seth McConchy from grid number 6. The 99V of... Oh, sorry. I was about to say Cody Lockett.
It's Jerry Linklater. No, was it? I missed it anyway. We'll come back to that. On P9, one of the big movers in the opening heat, Quinn Ryan, 46B. Randy T, 66A, former New Zealand champ on grid 10. Logan Nicholson, maybe, and Jerry Linklater round out the top 12.
Go back to P13. That's Zane Riddick in the 61S. Mark Dunn in the 93H. Brett Hislop in the 9P will start from grid number 15. Outside him will be the 58K of Stefan Roygaard.
On grid 17, Hayden Hart racing out of Wanganui these days in the 166. Alan McRobbie, former New Zealand stock car champion, makes an appearance on grid 18. Rebecca Barr, I think she might be our only female in this Superstock field. She's on grid 19, and Hayden Chapman on grid number 20.
Grid number 21 belongs to Regan Penn in the 235G. 11R, Liam Marsh will start from grid number 22, and off the very back for the second heat of the Blue Group is the 16R of Trevor de Malmonch. Going back to those missed grids, it was the 99B of Jacob Buckrill. My apologies for that. And outside him is the 144G of Tim Ross. So I was about to call him Cody Lockett. He's in a...
And that's it. So again, with, we've got the track reference letters. Wanganui is V because W was already taken by Wellington. And, you do have the numbers, especially with the double digits, the triple digits, there can only be one. Or it's easier to, it's very rare to have double ups. 2 people both with the same triple number, whereas you do tend to have a lot of 99s and a lot of 84s and 5s.
Yeah, I wonder, Joel's probably someone who can tell us how which one the most popular number is over the years, I'm sure.
But there is only 1, 1, 2 and 3, and our current New Zealand champion with the right to wear the number 1 on the side is Asher Rees. He sits on pole for this second heat. Remember, he moved from grid 13 to finish in 4th place. He won the first of his 2 New Zealand championships here at Rotorua. He knows this track like the back of his hand. He will be tough to beat from the front row. The officials are happy. Caelan Mooney, 26V on the outside of the front row. It's another 12-lapper, heat 2, and we're underway.
Asher Rees with some great drive off the line as well. Shoots straight to the front. He'd be hard to catch from there. Caelan Mooney and Ryan Hunt side by side as they come out. We've got one round. It's the 51 of Sam Guys. And caught up, and that's the 66 of Randall Tarrant.
And Logan Nicholson maybe caught up there as well in the number 5. So 1:26.29, the way they come through the first lap. And still Sam Guys and Randall Tarrant haven't moved.
So as all round goes Chapman, is it, in the 247. And Rebecca Barr there getting ahead of Regan Penn as they go to 3 and 4. Come down the front straight. Buckrell there throwing in the corner ahead of Quinn Ryan, his clubmate from the Hawke's Bay. That's what the B stands for.
So Caelan Mooney's really closed up that gap on Asher Rees through turn 3 and 4.
Could end up being a good battle here. Keegan Levine, he's come all the way up to fight for that lead. Just on the back bumper of Ryan Hunt at the moment, pushes him a little bit wide and tries to shoot up the inside on the exit of turn number 4.
So disappointment, I'm sure, for Randall Tarrant, the 66A, still sitting just on the pole line down the main straight. He hasn't moved since that first lap tangle. As we now come to the end of lap number 4, still the 1NZ Asher Rees. We've already seen his dad with a checkered flag this evening. Oh, and around goes Keegan Levine.
So that could be something to sign the show of that slick track you just spoke about, Paul, because it's very unusual for Levine to do something like that.
He doesn't make those kind of mistakes, does he?
Not normally, no. So yeah, the slickness of the track catching out Levine in that Keith Gill machine as Buckrell looks up the inside of Quinn Ryan through 1 and 2 there. Seth McConchy knocking on the back bumper of both of them as well. That is the battle further back. They're for 5th, 6th and 7th place there. And the red lights will come out. That might be for Randall Tarrant in the 66.
So Brett Hislop has moved to the infield. Tim Ross has pulled off as well.
Yeah, Tim Ross in the 144. There's Randall Tarrant there. Just stranded from that first lap incident. Hasn't been able to fire that up. And signals for a push there. Does the 66A. That car just gone on the market. So it's going to be quite sad to see someone of Randall's talent leaving the Superstock class. But
yeah, he was, when he won the New Zealand Championships in Wanganui, it was a real surprise, but a popular victory.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
doubt about that. And he did talk about, getting out of the sport not long after after he raced his year as 1NZ to focus on a few other more important life issues than going racing, but then other people kind of helped him out. And, he has been one of the true characters of Speedway.
Yeah, very respectable competitor. I had the pleasure of racing against him in his earlier days in the stock car as well.
All right, here we
So
go.
go back to green. So it is Asher Rees as he shoots into turn. Oh, Chapman's just spun in front of him.
Oh, and that's going to catch Asher Rees out. He had to take the high wide line. And Caelan Mooney up the inside, and he has gone to the lead. So 26 is now your race leader from 1 and 29. Asher won't want to muck around here. Look at that, puts the little bumper into the side rail. Hayden Chapman hasn't moved again either. Oh, and almost gets caught. We're going to go red.
So a good battle for the lead there between the 1NZ of Asher Rees and Caelan Mooney, the 26V. Effective, almost brother-in-laws really. Yeah, I mean, their car, what I suggest is probably the 8-into-1 exhaust. So the exhaust is coming out the left-hand side of the car. Not where that smoke's coming from. Back to green we go. Asher Rees gets the jump again on Caelan Mooney and holds the lead. That's as they run there.
Oh, a lot of smoke there from who's that car?
Oh, Stefan Roygaard in the 58.
Is that smoke or steam? I think it's steam. Seems to be dissipating relatively quickly.
A nice smell going up into turn 2 there for the fans sitting up there. That's what a hot, steamy radiator smells like. Big puff of smoke there. So we'd only just spoken about on the red lights. Yeah, it's nothing worse than sitting on a red light in a Superstock or stock car and watching that temp gauge slowly climb on a hot day. I mean, it's cooled down now, but the amount of intense pressure going through those motors.
So we talk about family names, Tony, the Roygaard name, another one part of Speedway over the years, but maybe a bit more familiar to general sports fans with Stefan's brother Cam, part of the All Blacks side nowadays.
Yeah, so if you are watching Roygaard, yes, that is in fact the same Roygaard. They are brothers. Yeah, Cam, he spent a bit of time behind the wheel of a saloon car and podiumed at the national title once upon a time.
And we talked about the youth mini stocks, so both Cam and Stefan raced the youth mini stocks over the years and following the footsteps of their father Dave, long-time campaigner in the stock cars and super stocks over the years as well. So not the kind of way he wants to finish this heat, that is for sure.
hopefully for them nothing more than maybe a radiator cap or a radiator hose or something. It's yeah, it would be interesting to check out the temperature gauges on that thing. There we go. So yeah, as you can imagine with these cars as they come into the corner are sliding sideways with the wheels still spinning, anything lying on the track can be a fairly harmful projectile. Geez, those are some big words for Paul.
So what a sight, the Superstocks at Paradise Valley. Asher Rees, New Zealand champion, leading this 6th race of the night. Part of the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational for Starship Foundation and Ronald McDonald House Charities. So quick on the takeoff, Asher Rees. Oh, problems down there for the 61 of Zayd Riddick. Got it back pointing the right way now. White flag out, 1 to go for the 1NZ.
So Asher Rees comes down into turn 3 and 4 for the last time in that Rees race car. The 1NZ gets it round nice and cleanly for the last corner and will grab the checkered flag for the heat number 2 win of the Blue Group. And a big wall right there. Who was that coming down the front straight? Looks like the 235 of Regan Penn.
So there we go, the revs come down and we take a look at the unofficial top 10 in that heat. Asher Rees takes the win in the 1NZ. Caelan Mooney led briefly but settles for second in 26V. Ryan Hunt, never let those two really get too far away. 29M in third. Quinn Ryan 46B, and then his Hawke's Bay clubmate Jacob Buckrell 4th and 5th. Hayden Hartz in 166. Lofty takes 6th place. Seth McConchie in 7th. Regan Penn brings 235G home in 8th. Then Mark Dunn and Keegan Levine comes home in 10th. So a good recovery from Keegan Levine in the end there.
Yeah, not a lot of big movers in that race either, Paul. Hayden Hart was the only one really. Come from grid 17 up 11 spots. Quinn Ryan up 5 spots there, and Mark Dunn as well from the back up 5 spots, but just +1s or, you know, interesting to see Asher Rees and Caelan Mooney 1 and 2 on the grids, finishing 1 and 2 in the race.
It doesn't matter how hard the job is, we suck it up and get it done. No matter how dirty our hands have to get, we suck it up and get it done. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up.
Suck it up and get it done with suckitup.co.nz.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets, and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
Well, I can tell you what, team, Lance Ashton's having a chat with Richie and all the boys. They've all been laughing and slinging off at each other after the first practice session. How'd you go, mate?
Yeah, it was good fun. Just need a few more laps to get the hang of it. It's obviously pretty different to what I'm used to, so yeah, it's good fun.
Being a young kid racing around here, coming back with all your mates, I see you leaning on Chris Vanderdrift a few times. You guys had a great little wee sort of scrap.
Yeah, it was. I got into him on accident down into turn 3, so yeah, just need a few more laps. Haven't really had a proper go at it yet.
Right, you'll get into it, mate. Being a Bathurst champ, well done. Chris Vanderdrift, how'd you go, mate? What you think? And old Richie having a bit of a lean on you.
that was bloody awesome. I had so much fun. I didn't know what to expect, and when we went out the gate in first gear and gave it a bit of juice, oh, this has got a bit of grip. And then when it went green and we got going, and man, it was so cool. Just sideways, heaps of throttle, heaps of noise. And we had a tussle with Richie for a while. And then I got tipped around halfway through there. But no, that was so much fun.
And what was Lance saying basically in the sort of the after the first practice session wrap?
Basically, you guys did awesome. No, he said, no, it all went good, so we'll just get going. We'll get some more laps for the next run. So that was qualifier was really short, like the white flag came out, and then it was over. So we'll get some more laps the next time out, and we'll get a bit faster and start to do some more moves and all sorts. But no, heaps
Lean
fun.
on each other and
bang into each other. Yep.
and apparently you want to sort of sneak into the main game, don't you?
Yeah, I reckon that'd be quite a good challenge for us, eh? Just dip in there in one of the races and surprise everyone.
Good on you, Chris Vanderdrift, one of the charity celebrity superstars here, having a great night at Paradise Valley Speedway.
And it's great to get the feedback from those guys as well. Thanks very much. Down in the pits, we've got Bianca and Clint bringing it to you. It is the Valvoline charity drift meeting. Drift. I've been in the drift track too long today. Been on a microphone too long.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I had 6 hours on the radio today. But here we go. The youth back on track. It is heat number 2 for the youth mini stocks tonight. And tomorrow night, for these drivers, again, it's an invited list of drivers in our youth mini stock class. And tomorrow night, they will actually end up being paired up with the finalists in the Superstocks. And then there'll be a best pairs competition combining the points of the Superstocks drivers and their respective mini stock partner.
I mean, and the Superstocks are what the mini stocks look up to, so it's great for them to get involved and get them interacting with each other and whatnot.
Yeah, so we'll explain more about that and how it all comes together tomorrow night. So we are awaiting the start of this 8-lapper for the youth mini stocks. Tiana Chatfield there in the 741. Those names, it just happens. It filters through every sport, doesn't it? Where the family names follow in the footsteps. Unless you're Ryan Fox and decide to play golf instead of rugby like your dad. But I think that was the right decision for him.
Absolutely. So take a look down on the grid there. 82R Bridie Morrow. She'll start from grid number 1. Outside her's the 351. And that will most certainly be a Vasey car. We go to green and we're away racing as the non-contact class put their side rails together. Just a little bit of rubbing. Rubbing's racing, of course, in the famous words. And Reeve Transom in the 98 is going to look up the inside into turn number 3 and 4 to grab the lead and come across to finish lap number 1. So they all get themselves around pretty cleanly. Cohen right now getting a good run in the 88 this time without having any problems and pile-ups in the first or second lap. And Reeve Transom there starts checking out a few car lengths between him and the second place at the moment. Belongs to the 68S of Bronson Pearce, travelling car from Stratford. So that's one of the letters we haven't brought up just yet. Cohen right now, the 88, all the way up into 3rd position. So these mini stocks, as Paul mentioned earlier, little 1200 Datsuns or Toyotas. And the drivers very young in age in comparison, and they move on. The racecraft that they learned, the momentum, the driving line. We get one go round there, the 98. Bit of a tangle up, Riley McEwen in the 64R. He was unlucky to get caught up in a tangle in the first race. Gets caught up again in the second race. So not a good night for Riley so far in the 64R. That's the 4-wheel drive warehouse mini stock. And we go red for that little incident there on the exit of turn 4. So quickest car on track, 88R there. Cohen right with a little purple clock next to his name. Clocking laps at 19.1 seconds.
Yeah, he is one of the quicker racers here at Paradise Valley and around the country. Actually, he did win the Youth Mini Stock of the Year, Competitor of the Year at last year's New Zealand Speedway Awards. So let's just actually take a look at the lap times here. So it is crazy to think about it when these are 12 to 16-year-old kids on the dirt. There's no automatics here. These kids are racing with accelerator, brake and clutch, gear sticks, even though there's only one gear change during the race. Although here you've got to go back to first for each restart. But they're using clutches, which most kids nowadays wouldn't even know what to do. But these guys and gals are turning laps around the 19-second mark. I think our lap record is, where are we? Cohen Wright actually holds the lap record, 18.2 seconds. which is really quick when you think that the stock cars is only less than a second faster per lap. So the stock car lap record is a 17.3, but so they're more kind of doing the 17.6, 17.7, most of them. And the Superstock's another second up the road in a bit. The lap record is 16.1 for the Superstocks, but more often than not, what we're seeing tonight, they're clocking around the average around the 16.3s, 16.4s. Not quite on lap record pace tonight, although we have had a couple of those lap records broken this season.
So, yeah, I mean, the 1.2 litre in comparison to the 4 litres of the stock cars, it's only a second lap. So that shows the sort of the racecraft that these mini stock drivers are learning and what they're gathering. Yeah, I mean, down to they're a lot more adjustable than they used to be, these mini stocks. And they're just learning how to keep a good, smooth, fast line. And it's just mainly about momentum. But even on a sharp, quite tight track like Rotorua, they're managing to keep within a second as far as the lap record's concerned. And then obviously the presentation's another thing to you look at that, the 88, the 98, they all look beautiful there, those cars. A lot goes into them. They're not just throw together miniature stock cars. They're actually proper full-on race cars that they take a lot of pride in. So that's your race leader sitting there, 98R Reeve Transom in behind the 189. So Jane and James will become a lapped car as they clear a bit of debris down by pit gate off camera.
So coming to the end of lap 4, so nearly half distance in this one. Second heat of 3 for our youth tonight. And yeah, the chassis in these all come from a set design. But then, yeah, it does come down to the setup. And again, a bit of dollars too, depending on what you put into the engines, etc. But a set chassis design, and then just the different bodies and the graphics and the looks on them does separate them.
So Cohen right now, the 88R to the race lead. Takes the lead off the 98 of Reeve Transom. And clocks down into the 18.7s now, does Cohen Wright. And puts a nice decent gap between himself and the next car through. It's George Crawford now moves up into second place. Look further back there. There's Brodie Morris, she said on the pole to start with. And the 3.51 of Carl Vasey.
Tiana Chatfield just had a pretty aggressive spin in turn number 2. She got the car fired up again though and away before the rest of the field got down close to her. No need to force a red. White flag is out, 1 to go. And we're going to go red for the 29, I guess. So it's Dexter Curtin. So we'll get the crash crew down there and off the track. So welcome along everybody here at Paradise Valley. If you're a visitor, thanks for spending a bit of time on the road and coming and supporting this meeting. And there are 2 amazing charities tonight. We look forward to catching up with the heads of the Starship Foundation and Ronald McDonald Charity House tomorrow night.
Of course, if you're tuning in around the country, welcome along to the Pits live stream. Massive shout out. They do the plenty of miles for Speedway. The crew, Jason and his team, covering the biggest and best stock car, super stock, and just all general speedway. Of course, the mini stocks in Paradise, Paul mentioned. You can see these ones competing for their unofficial New Zealand title almost. Cohen Wright, he'll be a bit of a favourite for that one.
Yeah, I'd think so. I actually reckon mini stocks in Paradise has been running for many years now, and like we say, it's kind of their unofficial New Zealand championship. We don't get many people coming to watch, to be fair,
yeah.
Right? But we have 150 to 200 kids travelling from all over the country. All their mates are sitting at home, all over New Zealand.
And their families.
All over New Zealand. Not worth making a physical trip to Rotorua, but to actually watch it live stream. I think that could be pretty bloody huge in the middle of February.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, like you say, it's a pretty big outlay, especially, I mean, we get a lot of South Island cars up here for the mini stocks in Paradise. It's a long way to come to watch someone race Speedway.
And for that child and their parents, it's probably one of their big annual holidays.
Yeah,
to
absolutely,
come up here.
yeah. They probably don't even go on holiday over the next few weeks,
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's it at this time of the year for us Speedway people, isn't it? Everything revolves around where's the next Speedway meeting? Where's our Christmas holiday this year? Where's the New Zealand Championships? That's where we're going for Christmas. So white flag out, and it's going to be Cohen Wright who brings it home.
So he'll be happy with that after a DNF in the first race. Big Mungie drifts type entry into turn 1 and 2 there for the little 1200 powered mini stock. Of course, Vangadam Woolhouse, he's the only one of the drifters that's drifting tomorrow down in Taupo at the International Motorsport Park for the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship. If you are in the area and want something to do tomorrow, make sure you head on down, check it out. See some of the country's best drifters, including Vangadam. He'll make his way back there. Little shameless plug there. And otherwise, you can watch that on Facebook Live as well during the day. Of course, before you tune into the Pits TV for the night, shout out to the Christchurch boys as well. Said a couple of messages from them. They're down there watching, probably thinking of nothing better than wanting to be up here. That's you Huggies and the Leverage Watkin twins. I think you should make the trip up for the charity meeting next year. It's for a great cause.
Next year, do you know something we don't?
Well, I'd like to see Huggies up here, actually. I think he's putting a Toyota, I think, in that chassis of his. He's a pretty quick driver. And if all else belongs in the best of the best stock car drivers at the moment as well. I have a little one over him, actually. I finished third equal at the New Zealand Champs. He finished fifth, so...
So here we go, Green Group, heat number 2. On track it is Groom and Pickard on the front row. Clark and Cody Chatfield is there on P4.
P5, the 33H, Robbie Maybe, Brett Loveridge outside him, Mitch Vickery in the 26K, and Dale Stewart in P8.
Grid number 9 is Hamish Booker. Looked real fast in that opening heat. Richard Gaskin sits on grid number 10. Hemingway and James on 11 and 12.
Go back to grids 13 and 14. The 1-9 is that 3R of Dan Hunter. The 4K of Chad Ace. Adam Joblin in the 62P from grid 15. Grid 16 is Tyler James in the 56V.
Then we go to Mig Rumney in 7R 72. Simon Joblin is grid 18. Dylan Marshall 57V on grid 20. And Lance Ellsworth, Marshall on 19, Ellsworth on grid 20.
Grid 21 is Elias Dykstra from the Mount. Regan McKenzie in the 49M from P22. Matt Nielsen all the way off the back row on grid number 23, and outside him Zane Dykstra in the 38V. My apologies going back, it's Trent James in the 56, not Tyler. Confusing myself with the James brothers from Gisborne.
Yes. So another great lineup of race cars here. Michael Rumney, the local, making his first appearance of the night after missing that opening heat. Zane Dykstra out for the first time.
Speaking of missing heats, Robbie Maybe, the 33H, he hasn't shown up to grid number 5.
Right, so
one vacant grid.
Another one too. We've got empty grid behind Joblin, so that's grid 20. So Lance Ellsworth is missing as well.
So problems.
So pit gate is shut. So Matt Nielsen, he's lost his wing off the top. He started on grid 12 in that opening heat and ended up dropping right down towards the back, and now he is at the back for the start of this one, so he'll be looking to make some good moves in this.
Actually, another one I've called wrong there, Paul. The 193R tonight, not Dan Hunter. Gary is in that car tonight.
Okay.
So on both the screen and the wing, it says. And yep, that looks like Gary's race suit down there as well.
All right, so these are 12-lap qualifying heats. These are the Superstocks, green group, heat 2 of 3 out of 4. And our 3/4 format tonight in the starters' hands, and we're underway with Broom and Pickard off the front row.
Big push from Vickery into the first turn. He's going to be a good gainer in points. Grid positions going into turn 3 and 4.
Oh, and some big problems there. Trent James and Simon Joplin coming together. Couple hard into the concrete. Richard Gaskin and Dale Stewart getting caught there in turn number 4.
A little bit of a half spin there as well. Is that Matt Nielsen?
Yeah.
One of a couple of cars running up each over there, trying to sort themselves out further back there at the moment. And that's Gaskin all out of shape. He's got steering problems and big ones as he goes through to turn 1 and 2.
So this is the same group we had plenty of chaos and drama in their first heat. And things are really happening again in this one, aren't they?
There it is as they run on track. Adam Broom into first. Brett Loveridge is sitting in second place. Mitch Vickery in the 26k in third. And we go back to the 74A. Cody Chatfield as Booker looks up the inside of him in the entry and does make the pass up the inside there. So Adam Broom out in front in that Higgins chassis. He's been campaigning that for some years now. The 9B. Dale Stewart, there you can see him parked out by the wall. He's got big troubles as well.
Yeah, he did pull off onto the infield for a moment, but then decided, no, I'm okay, and came back out, and then promptly ended up back in the concrete wall. So it's still the number 9 of Adam Broom, who is your race leader. Down the main straight, Mitch Vickery, 26, in behind him, and Brett Loveridge in the 16. Onto the pit straight comes the race leader. You see them on track, 1, 2 and 3. Hamish Booker looking impressive once again in this one, and then in behind him Tyler James in the 89ers. Dylan Marshall, the 57V, pulls infield.
Let's take a look further back there, the 193 of Gary Hunter looking good. So he settles it through the corner. Mitch Vickery there trying to close the gap up on the 9B. We've got Glenn Clark right in the wall in the 12R machine. As Vickery makes light work of him going into 3 and 4.
Oh, and he spins it up, does Vickery. And gets pummeled by Booker, who is coming through. So he's going to drop the former 3NZ down to 9th place. And now Clark goes around as well, right in front of Tyler James. So 4 laps to go.
Hemingway puts the bumper into the back of Pickard there.
And then Hunter puts the bumper into Hemingway.
Oh, Chad Ace is round on the front straight here, not looking good. He's tied up with the 49M of Regan McKenzie.
We're going to go red.
So that's a very dangerous position to be caught in there, isn't it? Not sure if that red light's going to come on. Might have been a thumbs down from someone potentially for it to come on that quick.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. It was a very quick red light activated. But along with everybody, actually, it has ruined the sport. But here we go, back racing. So there we go, Chad Ace and Regan McKenzie back underway.
So that looks like Loveridge there to making the pass on Adam Broom for the lead. No, Hamish Booker's checked out and grabbed the white flag in the 82S. Further in front, so it is Booker.
Oh, and 4 or 5 cars wide doing battle there through turn 1, and Hemingway picked up a couple of spots.
As the checkered flag falls there for Hamish Booker, Brett Loveridge in the 16B will come home in second, and Adam Broom in third. As they sort themselves out further through the field as well, come across the line to finish up heat number 2. That is the green group.
So let's take a look at the top 10. Hamish Booker takes the win. He's been very impressive in his 2 heats tonight. Brett Loveridge in second place, and Hawke's Bay clubmate Adam Broom in third. Tyler James is the one who picked up all those spots actually in that last corner. He moved up to 4th. Matthew Pickard in 5th. Then Gary Hunter, 193R in 6th. Todd Hemingway in 7th. Mitch Vickery, recovered for 8th place. Simon Joblin was right at the back of the field after some first lap issues. The multiple New Zealand champion home in 9th, and Trent James rounds out the top 10.
So Booker, a couple of good showings there in the first couple of heats. The 82S banking some good points towards qualifying tomorrow night.
So combined points, we've got Hamish Booker on 50, Todd Hemingway on 45, Brett Loveridge on 40, Tyler James on 40, Mitch Vickery on 40. So, that's a big advantage, five points over the space of 2 heats.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
Well, Hamish Booker's had a great start to the Paradise Valley Valvoline Charity Speedway event. Good skills, mate. Good to get that win.
Yeah, it was good to get the win. Hopefully I just got to bring it home without any damage in the last one now and should be through all right.
So you got 50 points and you're the man leading at the moment, which is a great way to sort of start the qualifying and the elimination, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it depends if I'm the target though. It might make me a target for the next one, but I think everyone should be pretty good, but we'll see what happens.
What about the track? Has the track slicking up, or how's it feeling?
It does have a slick line, but it's still not too bad. There's still a bit of drive down on that pole line, so yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, you got the Reese guys out there; they're going pretty sharp. Where do you start in your final race tonight then?
Grid 7, I think. So yeah, still
pretty handy, isn't it?
Yeah, just got to get around those first couple of corners and should be right.
Good on you, mate. Well done, Hamish. Another one of the winners here tonight at Paradise Valley.
Yeah, he's looking good, and yeah, Grid 7 is his start in this next heat. Right, stock cars, here we go. The starting grid for heat number 2. Gemma Holloway and Scott Tennant on the front row. Josh Walsh and Partene on grid 4.
Go back to the next row. Dion Henderson in the 5K. Johnny Morley 98R. Jack Honeybone and Tyler Walker start side by side on grid number 4. On row number 4.
P9 is Lamp and Simpson rounds out the top 10. Cody Lockett 99V on 11 and 416 out of Nelson. Rarity on P12.
Blake Brooks in the 208 starts next to Sam Wright in the 94A. We go back to Robbie Edgeworthy in grid number 15 and 16 is the 992 of Taylor Lamp.
Kirsten Kaiser on 17. Keegan Orr, winner in Heat 1, sits on grid 18. Callum Flavel and Jaden Steiner side by side on 19 and 20.
Going towards the rear of the grid, Stephen Paddle on the 144 from grid 21. Josh Simpson outside him in the 82A. Miller Theobald, grid 23, and Kristen Vermeulen from grid number 24.
And right towards the back, Gary Lonergan sits on 25 as Auckland clubmate, the 6'5'9" of Matt Nathan. And on the back row, Wade Sweating and Les Hepworth. That is your lineup for Heat 2 of the stock cars. As we take a look down, there is a couple of grids empty. So just trying to work out who they are for you. In behind Jack Honeybone, so we're looking at grid 9. Kyle Lamp is missing. Did finish down in 20th in that opening heat. And also in behind Miller Theobald is empty. So grid 25 is missing. That's Gary Lonergan, the 3NZ. Hasn't made it out. So here we go. In the starter's hands, it's another 15-lapper, Heat 2 for the stock cars. Best of the rest. Thanks to Mondial.
And Josh Walsh putting a big push on Holloway. They're going to roll themselves up towards the wall. It's 3 wide going into turn number 3 and 4. Taylor Partini now back bumper into Josh Walsh. And that might have been courtesy of the 5K of Dion Henderson, who half spins. All sorts going on. Lots of action from the stock cars through turn number 3 and 4. Big first lap action as sparks fly and bumpers bang into each other.
Geez, Dion Henderson was lucky there. He was almost spun, but the rest of the cars coming through managed to get his front bumper in the right position again and pointing the right way. He kept his foot in it, and he still manages to sit there in 5th place at the moment with 2 gone, and Taylor Partini is your race leader.
So the 15S travelling down from Stratford. It's got the 2NZ Scott Tennant, one of the quickest cars around the country, as well as the 1NZ. Actually, I say that about every single car in this heat. There's no point saying that about any one. As he ticks off lap number 3 already. The quickest car is Scott Tennant in the 2NZ so far. Oh, Taylor Partini goes to number 1 now with the purple sectors there. Matt Nathan further back now. So another lap ticked off. 15 laps, the Mondial stock car best of the rest. Scott Tennant doing what he can to try and close the gap up, which he's done by a car length coming off turn 1 and 2 this time round.
So Tyler Walker makes the move up into 3rd place. The former New Zealand champion gets past his Stratford clubmate, the current club New Zealand champion. Look at Keegan Orr, 7.35, winner of heat number 1. He's moving up the pack. He's up into 9th place after starting this one on grid 18. So he's making some good spots as we hit the end of lap 6, not quite half distance in the second heat of the night for the stock cars.
So back markers to contend with. Josh Simpson actually gets it all wrong coming off 1 and 2. He's going to get in the way of Tyler Walker.
Josh Walsh goes around. The 1NZ gets spun down in turn number 2.
So Keegan Orr there coming around 3 and 4. He's made good ground. And another car. We've got problems there for Tyler Walker in the 33 as he limps his way down the front straight there and under the checkered flag. Under the flag box. And he's going to sit out wide there on 1 and 2. So not good.
Has he maybe got a tyre issue?
Further back now, Theobald puts the bumper into the back of the lamp going into 3 and 4. And Blake Brook leads that little pack there as they go back into turn 1 and 2 another time. Miller Theobald up and over. Oh, half spin from Blake Brooks there in front of them. And hard into the concrete. So that's a battle further back. We're looking at Miller sitting in 13th place, so that's where the action sits on screen at the moment. And a little guidance out to the wall there by Jack Honeybone on the race leader, Taylor Partini.
So Partini's going to drop there. Scott Tennant, Sam right now, up into the top 2 spots. Partini drops down to 3rd.
So Honeybone there, he's taken a liking to Taylor Partini here. He's going to run him to the grass as they go down into turn 1 and 2.
Oh, we've got a car halfway across the track at turn 2.
Kirsten Kaiser, that is. She's unable to refire. We will see the reds come on. As we see Tyler Walker there rejoin, the reds do come out.
Did Tyler Walker rejoin the track? He was sitting over on the infield across the far side for quite a length of time. So he's kind of dropped back down. Lights are out. Ready for the restart. Let's go racing.
So there's Tyler Walker back out on track in the 33, leading a good bunch of cars as they come down onto the front straight.
We've got problems for race 1 winner Keegan Orr. He's just really slowed off the pace. He's dropped from 7th down to 13th in the last couple of laps.
Oh yeah, big problems for Keegan there. Normally wouldn't let someone go up the inside of him that easily.
No. White flag is out, 1 to go.
Scott Tennant, that is, he makes his way up the inside of Gemma Holloway into turn 3 and 4. There's your battle for second. It is Partene. He's got well past Sam Wright. Actually got a couple of cars between them. Those are all lap cars there. With them as the checkered flag falls, Scott Tennant, the 2NZ, takes the Heat 2 win. Second place belongs to the 15S, the early race leader, Taylor Partene from Stratford. Do we go back to Sam Wright, the 94A. Brand new car. He's showed some good pace. He's been visiting Rotorua early on in the season. Fourth place is the 5K of Dion Henderson, and then Cody Lockett, the 99V, comes home in 5th. So as they finish, seeing them all pop up. Geez, fastest lap time there, Tyler Walker. He did actually retire in the end. There it is, Scott Tennant, 18.2 for him. Taylor Partene, 15 second plate is confirmed. 94A, Sam Wright. 5K, Dion Henderson. 99V, Cody Lockett. Johnny Morley in the 98R comes home in 6th. Wade Sweeting, the 151C in 7th. 992P, Taylor Lamp in 8th. The 144R of Stephen Paddle in 9th. And Cullen Flavel in the 513R rounds out your top 10. We'll look at further back. Bryce Simpson, Miller Theobald, Blake Brooks. Keegan Orr drops all the way back to 14th. Gemma Holloway, current Aotearoa Ladies Crown defending champion. She's sitting in 15th there. Kristen Mullen, Jack Rarity, Les Hepworth, Jaden Steiner and Josh Simpson as they finish in the top 20 there.
And as far as the combined points go after 2 heats, Scott Tennant is sitting on 49, Sam Wright and Taylor Lamp both on 48. Although 2 heats into it, there's Scott Tennant off on his victory lap. We always like looking at the, we still have 4 races to go, but when you think about it, some of the drivers have had a front and a middle grid, some after 2 heats, some of them might have had a back and a middle, so haven't had their start near the front yet. But it is Tennant on 49, Wright on 48 along with Taylor Lamp, Stephen Paddle on 46 are your top 4 at the moment. Richie Stanway, as Tony mentioned, kind of jumping out there and leading them out. Might give himself a bit of clear space. So just before that, the pit gate is still open, so before they do hit the loud pedal, we've joined in the commentary box by, well, a fellow commentator from across the ditch. You might recognise him. The name and the voice off the television, Greg Rust. Welcome to Paradise Valley Speedway.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's my first time to this venue. I love it. I'm an Aussie by birth, but I now live here in New Zealand in Hawke's Bay.
Okay.
So I've spent a little bit of time at Miani. I've been fortunate to go to Western Springs. Can I just share with you guys and with the audience here tonight how much fun the drivers had after the first run? Steve got them all together in a bit of a huddle, made sure everyone was happy. The smiles, they're unleashing them now. The smiles were extremely wide. So we've got some very, very happy celebs that are here, and naturally they're doing it for a great cause, aren't they? A couple of great causes.
Yeah, it certainly is. Two amazing causes. And look, this is it. They're all professional racers. They're doing something a little bit outside their comfort zone. It's great to hear that they were smiling when they came in.
No one had any issues. I think Greg Murphy made a joke about when can we all order a car. And Ryan Wood, straight out of the box, I mean, he said he's not really done anything like this before. A little bit of fun with Shane Van Gisbergen in the off-season, racing cars on the grass for a bit of fun. Nothing like this, and he took to it like a duck to water, so really impressive. I spent a bit of time with the team that Murph is with here tonight and tomorrow night, and just thrilled with that car, its build quality, and just a wonderful community of people, great people.
As we see them starting to get the feel for these race cars now, and a little bit of rubbing going on. Again, we're still trying to get ourselves sorted with who's in what car. So that was Ryan Wood in the 94, and he's going to spin it up down there in turn 2. He did have a little bit of a nudge at Murph going through turn 3 and 4, tried to push him wide, make his way up the inside. So that's it. They've had the chance now to get the feel for the cars and get them around the racetrack. Now there's that opportunity to do a little bit of rubbing and use the bumpers for your advantage.
And you guys know the track personality changes as the sun sets here, doesn't it? So Steve was very quick to remind the drivers of that. Andre Heimgartner looking like he's the quickest at the moment, so drives for Brad Jones Racing, normally in the Supercars Championship with a 17.842. There's a bit of...
We're going to go red. We're going to go red, so maybe they've just not been able to get these cars refired. So we're just trying to... Who is it down there? That's Cole Arms... No, sorry, Aaron Slight.
Aaron Slight, so he's a former Superbike star.
Yep, with the 4 wheels underneath him, and that is the Ryan Wood car. That's pointing towards us. So, look, it's great to have all of these drivers who have decided to take this opportunity, but like you say, for charity, and it's great to be able to bring them all together to do that.
And I mean, to everyone here that's involved in staging the meeting, well done. The venue, the track looks amazing. As I say, they're delighted to be here and be a part of it. My vision, just for a moment, glanced to the timing screen as we went red then, and that is because I think Richie Stanway banked a time of 17.2, but maybe that's not been allowed because of the red flag scenario.
No,
so
it is. We do have the 17.2.
Okay.
So that's 1.1 second off our lap record here at Paradise Valley. So generally we're looking when the Superstocks are racing at the top of the game at our big meetings, they're racing around that 16.3, 16.4 mark.
Okay.
Just obviously a little bit slower than the lap record pace. So, they're certainly starting to find their groove out there on the track now.
And you would expect someone of Stanaway's capabilities, he's not unfamiliar with these kind of cars. The family has connections with these machines, so not surprising that he's starting to edge down a little closer to those 16s that you're talking about.
And it's just a different style of driving here as well. Oh, there we go. So 17.1, the fastest lap tonight was Hamish Booker, who won his second heat. He did a 17.1, and Richie's just done a 17.2. So
that's
there you go.
Pretty impressive.
Right on the pace.
Yeah,
they're right on the pace. So Greg, you say you're living here in New Zealand now. What are you
Hawke's
doing
Bay.
with yourself?
So I still do broadcasting on both sides of the ditch. So working on the Super Sprint Motorsport New Zealand Championship over summer on Sky, and we've already had the first round of the Toyota 86 Championship. I work on a similar series in Australia, plus some podcasting. He's gone even quicker. Stanaway a 17.1 now. So it's Richie Stanaway from Andre Heimgartner, Lance Hughes, who's run Chris Vanderdrift in things like GT racing and so on, who's very handy. Lance is third fastest at the moment from Ryan Wood, then Aaron Slight. So
look at they're not afraid to get into each other now. There's no hanging back. They were 3 wide coming off turn 4 that time.
Checkered flag waving. But, I mean, the conversation before was how long before some of that stuff starts? It's meant to be for fun. They're competitive human beings. You know what they're like.
Yeah, the race helmet goes on.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Always going to happen. So 17.186 for Richie Stanway. So a couple of supercars drivers fastest. Stanway from Heimgartner. Ryan Wood up there. I reckon that's really impressive. And great job, Aaron Slide as well. We probably should make the point that, I mean, he was a star in World Superbikes back in the day, but he did do a little bit of four-wheel driving from some steering, I think, at the British Touring Car Championship. Murph actually gave him a test in a Kmart Commodore way back in the day in a supercar as well. So not surprised that Slidey's had a pretty good run there.
Well, Greg Rust, pleasure to meet you. Thanks for coming up and
my
sharing
apologies
a few words.
I shared more than a few words, and apologies if I overtook things. But I'm seriously, from all of us, we're loving being here. Dig deep. They're great causes, from Ronald McDonald House to Starship. And let's have a wonderful 2 nights here. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Thanks for being a part of the weekend with us.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the Kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
At Wholesale Tyres in Whakatane.
Need truck tyres? Wholesale Tyres. Good tyres, better prices, great people.
Tonight with the Superstocks as they come back onto the track, we are taking the top 12 point scorers from each group. So that gives us a finals field of 24. There are still 2 spots left. What we then do is the next top 26 point scorers who haven't made it through to the finals, we put them in a race to start the night. The more points you've scored tonight, the closer you are to the front. And then it is only first and second in that one race who will also advance to the final. So that is from 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Right, let's take a look at how they line up here. Blue group heat number 3. Zane Riddick sits on pole out of the mighty Naki car 61. Brett Hislop Bundy's there on P2. Logan Nicholson maybe on grid 3. And outside him, Stefan Roygaard in the 58k.
Randall Tarrant, the 66A, after problems in that first heat, starts off P5. We go to Alan McRobbie, the 10R from grid number 6. Grid number 7 belongs to Quinn Ryan, and Tim Ross in the 144G on grid number 8.
Right, on P9 is Scott Joblin, 52. Rebecca Barr rounds out the top 10. Then it is Jacob Buckrill and Kerry Remnant on grids 11 and 12.
Grids 13 and 14 belong to Seth McConchy and Sam Hughes from out of Gisborne. Keegan Levine in the 5W on grid number 15. Outside him, Ken Hunter, your race number 1 winner, 335R.
Ryan Hunt and Mark Dunn on grid 17 and 18. Hayden Hart, 166V, and Shane Malsop, 71k, make up the next row.
Looking to the very back of the grid, there's Jerry Linklater, your former 1NZ New Zealand title of the stock cars, the 98V. Outside him, Brent Stewart, the 9R, Max Holloway in the 81V, and Blake Adamson in the 99k will start from the very back of the grid. Looking like no empty spaces at the moment.
It's the last car out the gate there, that's the 77.
So Brett Hislop Bundy in the 9P, slowly making his way around the outside. So Stefan Roygaard was meant to be on grid number 4 on the second row there, missing as expected.
Grid 6 is empty as well.
Well, that's our Rotorua Rebels captain, Mr. McRobbie.
Yeah, he did look to have some issues there towards the end of the heat as well. So 2 empty grids. So you can see them lining up right out close to the wall here. unlike road surfaces where you've got your set place to start, where you pull into your starting box, with the speedway class here like this, if you draw pole position, you get to set the grid. So when you come around to line up on pole, if you want to, you can go all the way down to the pole line or push it all the way out wide. You just need to leave enough room for the outside row. If the pole sitter ends up sitting right on pole, the front car, the grid 2 car, can then choose wherever on the track they want to go. But you do see this quite often, pushing it right high and wide, especially here with a very tight turn 1. Gives those drivers in the front just a little bit more angle to be able to get into turn 1 with some pace. The pace you pulls off. Here we go, race 11 of the night. Heat 3 for Blue Group. We're underway.
As they all fire themselves into turn 1 and 2, it is Brett Hislop on the 9P, gets a really good jump, and they're all going to get through relatively cleanly. Scott Joblin, a little half spin in the 52P, but gets it together and gets it on his way into turn number 3 and 4.
Not quite so lucky through turn number 2 for a couple. Turn number 3 for a couple of our drivers. There's Hughes, Hunt and Buckrill who drop down towards the back. So it's the 9P of Brett Hislop, DNF in the second heat. He leads them through from Zane Riddick. Logan Nicholson maybe as Jacob Buckrill pulls to the infield down in turn number 4.
So Bundy Hislop again, commonly known as Bundy, the 9P. Down the front straight to tick off another lap. That's 4 laps down off this 12-lapper. Third heat for some of these guys tonight already. He's got a good fair few car lengths back to the 61S. We look a little bit further back. That's the battle. We're looking at Max Holloway leading a little group there for all the way back in 15th. So they make their way off turn number 2 there. Take a look down the front straight. Tim Ross, Seth McConchie's going to look up the inside of him. And Randall Tarrant, that is in the 66A, leading that group. So Randall sitting back there. Where's he? Running in 4th at the moment. Oh, round goes Adamson in the background there. And he's taken Brent Stewart with him to the wall. Stewart manages to get round though. And gets away relatively cleanly. Race leader disappearing off the right hand side of the screen. Oh, that track very slick. Look at them. Even Joblin's starting to have a bit of a problem coming to grips. Sparks are flying down the front straight there. Keegan Levine and the 5W leads them through. Quickest lap time at the moment belongs to Keegan Levine as well. He's broken into the 16 to the 16.9. And Joblin fires himself into the side of the 144 of Tim Ross further back there, as Joblin leads that little group into turn 1 and 2.
So we talked about the track conditions tonight. And here we go. It's just that pace has just picked up a little bit now, hasn't it? Down to the 16s.
Yeah, I mean, as the sun comes down, hopefully that track's holding a little bit more moisture, and with the moisture comes a bit of grip on the track. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense to many people, but we are after as much moisture or drive. We want it to be tacky, if anything, if that's a word, when it comes to the clay surface anyway. Joblin there gets his way. They've caught up to the back of Rebecca Barr now. So we take a look back at the race leader. That's Hislop in the 9P. So coming under a little bit of pressure now, Quinn Ryan, one of the quicker cars around the track. Quinn has come from grid 7. And there could be a battle for the lead on our hands very shortly as Ryan really closes up that gap on Hislop now. They get a good run off turn number 2, down into 3 and 4. And under brakes, Quinn Ryan certainly closes that gap up. He's going to look up the inside of Hislop here as they make a run. See Quinn Ryan, he's off that black line. White flag falls, 1 to go. Is it going to be a change in the lead? It is. Quinn Ryan shoots up the inside of Hislop on the final lap, and he gets a good little bit of comfortable distance between him and Hislop around the final turn 3 and 4. Geez, look at that slick line that's opened up. As the rest of the field comes through to finish up heat number 3, the Valvoline Superstock's Blue Group. Quinn Ryan, nice lunge into the final, well, turn 1 and 2 of the final lap. Quinn Ryan. There he is, the 46B will run through the top 10 just quickly. 9P, Brett Hislop there, led for most of the race. Randall Tarrant, the 66A, Keegan Levine, 4th place winning the 5W. 61S, Dane Riddick in 5th, the 6th place belongs to Hayden Hart. Logan Nicholson maybe in 7th, Scott Joblin 8th, Rebecca Barr 9th and running at top 10, Kenneth Hunter in the 335.
All right, I think we're going to head down to the pits, and it's time to catch up with... Oh, no. All right, we will head down to the pits in a moment. So, just looking at the points there for the blue group, Quinn Ryan sitting on 66 points, Keegan Levine on 62, Seth McConchy 51. So again, we need to do a bit more analysis on that to see who has had all
Finished,
3 heats and who has still only had 2 heats, with another heat to come, and work out some points. So as Quinn Ryan heads off on his victory lap, let's do it now. Let's head down to the pits and catch up with Murph.
Oh, listen, guys, I think the smile on Murphy's face says it all. I mean, you're having so much fun already, yeah?
Well, it's not just me. There's 11 other blokes over there that we all, after the first run, we're in the tent. It was like everyone's just, oh my God, how good. You know, just, yeah, so much fun. You know, we're all exploring and enjoying every bit. And there's a few spins. I bloody went roundy after in the first one. And again, I take my hat off to the guys that are really good at this, because the track changes so much and the evolution of it all and learning it and then taking a risk and putting the car in a different space. So we're having a ball, but there's still a lot to learn.
Greg, I mean, everyone watching at home and here at the track could see a definite change between practice mode and we're ready to race mode.
Flip-top heads, man. They open up, the brain comes out. Yeah, no, that competitive mode just is just a natural thing that you can't stay away from, you can't ignore, and it's genuine. And you know, once we get in, any of these guys get in a car, it doesn't matter what it is, it's like, okay, well, how fast can we go? You know, and it says so. That's awesome.
Do you think you can go faster?
Well, listen, we are driving okay, I think, but based on the speed that the pros are going, there's still a lot to go, and we'll just keep doing that. But you know, 2 sessions down and they're all going well, and we've got another one tonight. No, we can't. Everyone's saying it's not enough time. We're not getting enough time on the track, so because it just goes so quick, and that just goes to show how much fun everyone's having.
Have you managed to watch some of these Superstock drivers out here tonight?
Yeah. You're just in awe of watching people that are good at their craft, and you know, there's a lot of drivers here in cars that are very, very good at their craft, and you know, and you appreciate it.
Not only are they good at their craft, their crews are absolutely top-notch as well, because you've said that you've broken the steering arm on this car, and I believe it's already fixed, ready to go for the next race.
Yeah, she was an easy fix there, so I think it broke a bolt, so and away we go. But you're right, I mean, I can see a welder going on over there somewhere, so there's sparks flying, someone's getting welded up. But yeah, you've got to have people that enjoy it from that side of it as well, not just the driving, support the driving, and there's generations of teams and people here, which is just mega, absolutely mega. You know, with Neville Stanaway's here and Richie's here now, and Neville's, you know, we're reliving his past in racing stock cars, and you know, it's epic to see the faces and everyone, you know, really getting amongst it and appreciating for what we're able to do.
Greg, do you think you could make this a regular thing on your racing calendar?
Hey, listen, I don't think you have any issues whatsoever in gathering a group of drivers outside this discipline to come on a regular basis to do this. So no problem at all. And you know, after this weekend, and when we all talk about it amongst those that didn't get to do it, there'll be people with their hands up.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Greg. Go and have a drink, have something to eat. Calm down. Cheers, mate. Thanks, Greg.
Well, Bianca, like you said, Greg Murphy, the smile was ear to ear, and they're just having an absolute ball down there. The Celebrity Challenge is just looking like it's going to be awesome tomorrow night. They're not afraid to put the bumpers and side rails into each other as we go back to the King Signs mini stock battle. Got to get themselves gridded up. A couple of missing spots on them as well. So the 15R, Ben Cooper sits on pole position. Outside there is Sophie Pilcher in the 18S. Then we go back to the 971 of George Crawford in row number 2 inside, and the 64R of Riley McEwen. A couple of troubles for Riley early on, so no chance to show his racecraft just yet.
Let's hope he can actually have a race with no issues. Here we go. Under the starters' orders, green flag drops, and we are underway. Sophie Pilcher will be the one to... Oh, no, sorry, it's Ben Cooper who will lead them into the first corner. And George Crawford right on the tail as we head into turn 3 and 4 for the first time. Cohen Wright right up there too.
Oh, around goes the 98 of Jake Hancock, and all sorts of trouble for him. Facing backwards there. Hopefully he can get that going again before the...
Yep, he's got it.
So a good little gap opened up there for Ben Cooper in the 15R. Cohen Wright and George Crawford, though, side by side, and they have two very quick cars around Rotorua.
Oh no, round goes Riley.
Oh, not the night that Riley... I mean, Riley actually... I know he drives a drift car also. He's probably one of the youngest Motorsport New Zealand holders. He's a very good driver, but just one of those nights here. In the 64 there, Riley caught up in all the action. So red lights on, that must be for the 63. Riley Brennan parked out in the wall there.
So tomorrow night, along with the racing on track, we're going to finish the night with the massive fireworks display, thanks to Rotorua Trust. And if you haven't experienced a fireworks display here at Paradise Valley, it is pretty special. So that'll be a great way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, being part of Speedway, you're probably the same, Paul. You travel around to lots of different tracks and race at different tracks, and you see lots of fireworks displays. I might be a little bit biased and go on a limb here, but Rotorua's fireworks displays are actually top-notch.
Yeah, and also I think it's the environment as well. The display is awesome, but with the backdrop of Mount Mongataha, the sounds that echo off the side of the mountain, that echo around the amphitheatre of Paradise Valley, just brings a different uniqueness to it as well. So looking forward to that one tomorrow night. And we are looking forward to tomorrow night with the big finale and the 3 heat finals. Interesting to hear Peter Rees saying earlier on, not thinking about the money tonight.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night, different story.
Well, we all know that Peter Rees isn't in racing for the money anyway, isn't he? He absolutely loves the sport.
Yeah, puts so much time and effort into it. Here we go, in the starter's hands. We're underway again, green flag drops. So Cooper, his mission is to keep it nice and straight and keep that lead. So Cohen Wright has dropped back to third from George Crawford.
Little battle there further back between Macy Penn and Jimmy Crawford. They're all the way back in 8th place at the moment.
Oh, actually, George Crawford is the leader. So Cooper did miss something there at the start. So Crawford, 9.71 is your leader. 4 laps gone. And that is half distance. 8 laps for our youth mini stocks tonight. And you do see this quite often. You might the heading into turn 1, the 351. You do often see the cars, the youth mini stocks, painted up with the same livery as Dad's car and the stock cars or super stocks, and that is one of them. So the 351 out there is Carl Vasey, and we've got Andre Heimgartner driving the Paul Vasey 351 Superstock tonight.
And Reeve Transom also is older brother in the Superstock normally. Haven't seen him out this season just yet.
No.
So Cohen right now to the race lead, and the quickest lap time running 18.8. So 7 down, and it's the white flag out, 1 to go for them. So they catch up on some back markers there. Cohen Wright shoots up the inside of the 98, final corner.
That was close.
He's going to sneak through as Cohen and pick up another race win in the King Signs mini stock battle tonight. They sort themselves out further back as the rest of the field crosses their checkered flag.
So that was their third heat of the evening. The mini stocks done and dusted. We will see them back tomorrow night. And like I mentioned earlier on, something pretty special for them tomorrow night was they pair up with the Superstock finalists. Cohen Wright makes it 2 from 3, plus a DNF to start the night. Got to be still happy with that one. George Crawford in second place. Ashton Dawn, 24p in third. 15R early race leader Ben Cooper in fourth. And 74k Bailey Fitzgerald rounded out the top 5. So from mini stocks, we turn our attention to the water truck. Stan Hickey back out on the track in the water truck. Just laying a bit more water down there, and no doubt he'll be working into the early hours of the morning. Back up here tomorrow with the track prep crew to ensure another fantastic racing surface for us tomorrow night. If you're watching on the live stream tonight and travelling tomorrow to be here at the venue, travel safe. Looking forward to seeing you on the terraces here at Paradise Valley for the second night of the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational. Of course, keep an eye on our website, rotoruaspeedway.co.nz. So let's just quickly check that one while we're on the topic of Quinn Ryan. So he's had all of his 3. So he's at the 10th, the 4th, and a win. So topping the charts there, and I think he should be relatively safe. We go down 12 spots, and at the moment, Zane Riddick sits in 12th place, and he's on 34.
It's pretty safe there for Quinn, isn't it?
Yeah. And okay, all right. I think we're going to head back down. Let's try again with Quinn Ryan.
Okay, Quinn, 66 points. You're in leading. You wrapped up your night tonight. How do you feel about your situation?
Yeah, no, pretty happy. Kept it clean tonight. That was the main goal, keep it clean and finish in the top 10. So I managed to do that. So hopefully we've got through, but we'll wait and see once the points come down.
What do you think of the track? How did you describe it?
Yeah, it was good actually. I found it very good. Obviously got a bit slick, but I like a slick track. So happy overall.
Bit grippy and bit drivey?
Yeah, grippy out wide, but slick down low. But all in all, the track was really good.
All right, mate, well done, and good luck for the big one tomorrow night.
Yeah, thank you very much. Awesome.
So race number 13 on the menu, it is the Superstocks Green Group for the Valvoline Charity Superstocks Invitational. Tyler James in the 89G will start on grid number 1. Outside him is Zane Dykstra in the 31V. Todd Hemingway, 99M, looks to bank for good points as well, and Simon Joblin in the 72P.
On to grid 5, it is Richard Gaskin on the inside, and in the outside of that row is Rick Wobbies in the 14P. Hamish Booker, heat winner on P7. Dylan Marshall had a DNF. He starts this one on 8.
Grid number 9 belongs to Ethan Levine in this 46 dub. Outside him, Dale Stewart in the 94R. Mick Rumney in the 7R from grid 11, and the 26K. Mitch Vickery starts from grid number 12.
Off number 13 is Damien Orr. Brett Loveridge had a good battle in the last heat. He's off 14. Then we go to Robbie Mabey and Brooke Clarkson.
Looking over to grid number 17, Trent James in the 56V, James Clark in the 29G, Adam Joblin, the 62P, starts from grid number 19. Peter Rees all the way back in grid number 20. Look for him for some big moves in this race.
Yeah, and to round us out down the back, we've got Asen Morris, and in the back row, Gary Hunter and Mike King. Green Group, heat number 3.
So a missing grid there behind Damien Orr in the 81R. So Damien off grid number 13, so grid 15 is meant to be Robbie Mabey, so he was missing from the second heat, also in the 33H, and otherwise full grid.
So James and Dykstra off the front row. The revs come up in the starter's hands. Let's go racing.
And up and over the pole line, a few cars there, nowhere to go really, 5-6 wide almost.
And a few definitely kissing the concrete coming off turn number 2. And that one out front. It is James and Hemingway has jumped up there into second place.
In the background there you've got Brett Loveridge and Dale Stewart. So Dale Stewart caught up in the thick of it tonight as well. Usually gets some really good runs, but unfortunately just not the night. Oh!
There's a couple of crunches over there into the turn 2 concrete.
So big coming together. That was between Robbie Morris and Peter Rees. So right flat front for Peter Rees. He will pull off into the infield with that rule, forcing him to retire. So interesting what that will do to the points for the TMG. But out in front, Todd Hemingway, the 99M, he shoots the race lead. 38V of Dykstra is sitting in second. And Tyler James in the 89G is running in third place at the moment. Sparks are flying down the front straight here as the pace certainly picks itself right up. Heat number 3 of the Green Group. 4 laps down.
And plenty has gone on in that 4 laps, so I believe change at the front of the field. Hemingway, the 99, your new race leader. So most of these leaders running at the very low 17, 17.0, 17.1, 72. Still just that one car that got down into, was it Quinn Ryan in the last heat? Got down into the 16s, Damien Orr onto the infield. Mike King pulls off as well. Oh, a little bit crossed up and sideways there in turn 3. Hamish Booker, the Heat 2 winner, car number 82. But he's into 8th place. So really just sorting themselves. Oh, here we go, turn number. Oh, that's your race leader caught up down there, isn't it? Todd Hemingway.
So Brooke Clarkson, 221A, she would have a back marker, and Todd Hemingway choosing the wrong way to go round. That slick track potentially catching up Brooke Clarkson in the 221, and Todd Hemingway, wrong place, wrong time.
It drops to 13th place.
Oh, big drop there for Todd. So a very well spread out field. He's got a lot of clear track in front of him to start gaining points back too. We lose Chad Ace to the infield in the 4K. And a bit of a squeeze out wide there. That's Mitch Vickery on Adam Joblin. Coming into 3 and 4 and your points leader as well, 82S of Booker. We've still got Brooke Clarkson stranded out there on the exit of turn 4. The referee deemingly happy at the moment for her to sit there. No red lights coming on just yet. And Dykstra, there he is, your race leader, the 38V from Tyler James. And the 89G, white flag out, one to go for the bright orange 38V Machina Dykstra. Brings it down into 3 and 4 for the last time. He's got a bit of breathing room behind him. And a good battle between Tyler James and Simon Joblin for second and third. As Dykstra crosses the line to pick up the race win in the 38V. Clarkson, you can see her still parked down there. And the 221 just couldn't get that thing refired after collecting Hemingway, who will come home in 13th position further down. And the yellows come on, the dust settles on that heat number 3 for the green group as they finish the 38V. Zane Dykstra, Tyler James in second, the 89G. Simon Joblin comes home in third place, James Clark in fourth, Ethan Levine 46W in fifth, Trent James in 6th. 7th is Mitch Vickery in the 26K. Hamish Booker, points leader, 82S, brings it home in 8th. Michael Rumney in 9th. And 193R Gary Hunter round out your top 10.
And looking at the points as they stack up after 3 heats, Hamish Booker is on 69. Tyler James on a 65. Mitch Vickery on 60. So I would imagine that those 3 drivers have all had their 3 heats. Todd Hemingway, Brett Loveridge and James Clark round out the top 6. So still one more heat for each of our groups to come as Zane Dykstra, a 17.185, his fastest lap of the race.
What you think you do with your four-wheel drive. What you actually do with your four-wheel drive.
No matter what you do with your four-wheel drive, we've got the right tyre for you. So come on down to Mag & Turbo.
Are you building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premises had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
It is the Mondial Stock Cars Best of the Best. Sam Wright in the 94A leads them out pit gate, followed by Blake Brooks there in the 208A. Across 6 heats, these guys gathering points up to find the best of the best. As Paul mentioned earlier, these guys are the podium place getters of the national title, the North Island, South Island champs, the major titles as we call them here, the Grand Prix, also the Aotearoa Ladies Stock Car Crown held right here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway.
So here we go. Let's take a look at how they're going to line up here. Sam Wright, he's been quick. The 94A will start on pole. Could be pretty tough to beat from there. Les Hepworth on 2, then Blake Brooks and Wade Sweeting on the second row.
Grid number 5 is Jack Rarity from 4 and 6 Nelson. That is Matt Nathan, the 659A, the 99. That's going to be V, I think, of Lockett. Cody Lockett. Gary Lonergan in the 3NZ. Grid starts from grid number 8.
Bryce Simpson out of Gisborne on 9, Kirsten Vermeulen on grid 10, then the 772 of Kyle Lamp is on 11, and Miller Theobald starts on grid 12.
Go back to grid number 13, Tyler Walker in the 33S, Josh Simpson 82A from grid 14, grid 15 Jack Honeybone all the way from Cromwell, grid 16 is Stephen Paddle in the 144R.
Then we go to the next row, James Morley and 98R and Jaden Steiner 18. Dion Henderson and Callum Flavel side by side on row number 10.
And towards the back of the grids now, Taylor Partini in the 15S, outside him Keegan Orr, your race 1 winner. Josh Walsh, the 1NZ starts from 23, grid 24 is Kirsten Kaiser from Rotorua.
And the back 2 rows for this third heat in the stock cars, Scott Tennant 2NZ on grid 25. The 992 of Taylor Lamp is on 26, then Gemma Holloway and our visitor up from Christchurch, Robbie Edgeworth on grid number 28. So that's how they line up. We're 6 heats, and I think it's probably going to be heat 5 tomorrow night where it might start heating up and they start putting some action into it with regards to who am I going to take out, who am I going to stop winning this championship. At this stage, still all possible for all of them. There's still 4 races to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, is it? I've been to the South Island and raced, and I thought to myself, it's really a north versus south thing here. So all the South Islanders, although they're from Christchurch, Cromwell, Nelson, are they going to get together and have a little trailer chat? We like talking this up very much so and hope that this happens. And the North Island guys going to make sure that no one from the south comes up here and picks this one up. Or the Aucklanders are going to stick together. The Alley Cats, current New Zealand Stock Car Teams champions. Few missing grids here. We're missing one behind Bryce Simpson on grid number 9. That would be grid 11. And that's meant to be Kyle Lamp, still missing from the grid, so I couldn't fix that. Good to see Tyler Walker back out there in the 33S, but missing behind him on grid number 15 is meant to be Jack Honeybone. Oh, so Honeybone not out there in the 934. Hang on a minute. No, he's got himself in the wrong place. Is Jack?
Is he?
Yep, he's in behind Johnny Morley there in the 98. So I'm sure the grid staff will sort that out eventually.
Oh, so is he dropped him behind? Where's he supposed to be behind?
He's supposed
Tyler?
to be in front of Johnny Morley there.
No, the grid staff didn't pick it up.
So yeah, grid 19, Dion Henderson.
So that means that Dion Henderson. So they all end up further back than what they should be. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, Honeybone's supposed to be in that gap. So everybody else there, from Dion Henderson back, are actually 2 grids further back than what they should be, because the Honeybone car's in the wrong spot.
So yeah, Jack's obviously happy with where he's lined up on the dummy grid anyway, and then the grid staff are also happy enough with where he is, so that's how they'll send them. Meanwhile, up the front, Sam Wright, he will be hard to catch from there. The 94A, the brand new HSP Steel and Performance chassis. William Humphreys built car. Oh, massive drive. Geez, Les Hepworth straight up on the 4-bar there in the 22R. Gets massive drive straight off the line and jumps to the lead through turn 1 and 2. And around goes the 659 of Matt Nathan. So they fire themselves off 3-4 wide. Dion Henderson, part of that, crashed into the concrete. Gets himself going again. And around goes Sam Wright.
That's a big moment in the night's racing, isn't it?
Geez, so yeah, a very unfamiliar mistake from the 94. He doesn't often make mistakes, so the slick track potentially catching out these better drivers. Oh, Stephen Paddle, another one gone around in the middle of turn number 4 there. Stranded up. He's got it fired up again though. Jack Honeybone goes around on the front straight there as well. And it is Keegan Orr pushing on the back bumper of Taylor Partini as we see them go around turn 1 and 2 there. That battle is a bit further back for 12th and 13th. Here it is Les Hepworth in the lead in the 22R, being chased down by the 416 of Jack Rarity. So Hepworth trouble, he's run wide and he's going to lose 2, make that almost 3 spots. There's Wade Sweeting and the 151 there, stuck in between, like a rose between 2 thorns there for Wade. And around goes Hepworth. So after an early race lead, the 22R found himself stranded, facing backwards on the exit of turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, not really where you want to be. Tyler Walker, not where you want to be either. The former 1NZ dabbled in Superstocks for a season or so. And back out in the stock cars, but that's him parked up down on the infield, halfway down the main straights. So the 33 on the infield, so is the 22. Still Jack Rarity, who is your race leader.
So Wade Sweeting there coming up on a lapped car. That's Blake Brooks. He's showing himself down in 22nd. So Wade Sweeting, he shoots up the inside. He's in 3rd as they sit. Bit of space between him though in 2nd place. That belongs to Cody Lockett at the moment. And the 99 just disappeared off screen there. That's Wade Sweeting leading that pack into turn 1 and 2. Josh Walsh there as well in the 1NZ. They've sorted themselves out as they come through and clock off. Cody Lockett now, he's got to the lead. No, Jack Rarity showing something's happened to the lap score in there.
Stephen Paddle goes around again in the 144. Oh, and back with Sam Wright again. In the 94, he'd made his way back up to, well, 17th. So he hasn't actually lost too many spots, but he's going to go a lap down.
So Jack Rarity, the 4-1, is it 416?
Yes.
416N, visitor from Nelson. Leading Cody Lockett there through turn 3 and 4. Wade Sweeting there, he is back further in the 151. 10 laps down, so we'll be white flag next time round for our visitor from Nelson. Jack Rarity. Have to admit that's a name I haven't heard before.
But he certainly knows how to pedal a stock car. First time out here at Paradise Valley. Oh, all out of control there, the 82 momentarily of Josh Simpson from Auckland.
So white flag will fall this time round. There it is. Oh no, it's 15 laps, sorry, my apologies.
Yes.
So it's 12 down. Used to thinking it's a Superstock race. So a few more laps. Cody Lockett's actually closing the gap up on him as well. Fastest lap time down there belongs to the 2NZ. Your Heat 2 winner, Scott Tennant, with a 17.7. So still a good half second off the lap record. There's Rarity and the 416 going into turn 1 and 2. One more time. Next time round he will see the white flag as he gets a little bit of a gap open. Wade Sweeting now, he's closed the gap up. Look, he's knocking on the back bumper of Cody Lockett. He's going to take a look up the inside. Can he get the drive off turn number 4? He's going to sneak up the inside of turn 1 and 2 is the 151 Sweeting. So your Christchurch driver, Wade Sweeting. Oh, big cruncher there. We can feel that one up here. Down Henderson spins out. White flag is out. 1 to go. Jack Rarity in the 416N. And the checkered falls for him. So a great race for our visiting driver from Nelson. So as far as I'm aware, as long as Hot Dog's right, oh Terry, Second place in the South Island Champs is what got him here.
So let's take a look at how that top 10 finished up. Jack Rarity, 416 Nelson, takes the win. Wade Sweating makes it a South Island 1-2 and 151C. Cody Lockett, 99V in third. Then Johnny Morley, 98R in fourth. 1NZ, Josh Walsh wraps up the top 5. It was then Bryce Simpson, Keegan Orr, Taylor Lamb, Taylor Partene, and Scott Tennant in the 2NZ, who wraps up the top 10, and we'll get a look and see where we're at as far as our totals go at the halfway. This is all unofficial, but at the moment, as it stands unofficially, Wade Sweating, the Christchurch racer, is top on points with 72.
So showing some good, consistent finishes there, Wade Sweating. I think Jack Rarity doesn't even know he's meant to pick up the flag, as he's sort of lining up there waiting to see and make his way up pit gate. It's waved up and told, there's the flag, mate, grab that, you deserve that one for sure. Wade Sweating, there he is, coming onto screen now. As Rarity picks up the checkered flag.
Charge race, just first and second, last chance ditch to get to the into the finals tomorrow night.
And those Ripper Chargers, they always throw a lot of action out, don't they? They're sometimes the best races of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And it does provide a bit of an advantage too, but more about that tomorrow. Hayden Hart sits on pole in the 166. Another former New Zealand street stock champ, Trevor de Malmonch, is on grid 2. Then Linklater and Marsh.
Liam Marsh in the grid number 4. 93H Mark Dunn starts on grid number 5, and Regan Penn in the 235G from grid number 6. Grid number 7, Hayden Chapman, the 247 Rotorua registered driver this year, and Rebecca Barr, one of 2 females in the class from P8.
Then we go to Max Holloway. Blake Adamson, Brent Stewart and Element Robbie.
From grid number 12. And then we go grid 13, Shane Malsop, Ken Hunter, the race 1 winner 335R. Stefan Roygaard, the 58K from grid 15. And grid 16, Sam Hughes in the 77G. Further back, we've got Kerry Remnant in P17. P18, Sam Guys in the 51R. Scott Joblin there, the 52P. Starts from grid 19, and grid 20 is Brett Hislop in the 9P. Further back, Kaylin Mooney, 26V on grid 21, Zane Riddick, 22, and Asher Rees, geez, keep an eye on him from grid number 23 in the 1NZ. He will make big moves. Lots of empty grids here. I'm not even probably going to try and run through who's empty or not out there. Grid Brent Stewart actually sitting down there at pit gate. So he was calling Sam Pearson there, doing a great job. So they were just sitting back waiting. Wasn't as many blank grids as I assumed to start with. But yeah, Asher Rees there all the way at the back in the 1NZ. Always a big mover in big fields. Certainly keep your eye on him.
So he's fourth on points going into this heat, and he's starting right down the back. So, and he's only had his 2 heats. Quinn Ryan, top on points in this group, sitting out this one. So here we go, in the starter's hands.
So they barrel their way down into turn 1 and 2 another time. Hayden Hart off grid number 1, the 166V, under a bit of pressure from Mark Dunn side by side. They get through there fairly cleanly. Rebecca Barr gets rubbed up against the wall in the 34P. And 4 wide, we like seeing it through 3 and 4. He'll get through there very well.
Jerry Linklater just got a little bit wrong there and ended up flicking the car out towards the wall as he got tangled with Mark Dunn.
And as quick as that, he loses 3 spots.
Yeah.
So it shows you how quick they are out there. One slight mistake, and round goes Guys. Oh, and Caelan Mooney in the
Oh!
No comment. Hayden Hart there is out in front, the 166V. Oh, big ride up there. It's Asher Rees. Oh, he gets on the wheels. I don't know how that just happened. I can only imagine Graham Hughes definitely got that shot.
Yeah. You could see that coming a mile off, and boy, there was some lucky drivers in amongst that. So Hayden Hart is your race leader. Mark Dunn putting pressure on him. So 166 and 93 down into turn 3 and 4. The lights are going to go red. So we've got maybe some debris on the track, have we? From some of that chaos that erupted down there in turn 4.
Oh, Joblin, his car's all out of shape. He's lost what looks like the left rear shock of that thing. It's just dragging on the ground. And, it's someone's wing.
Oh.
Looks like the 235 of Regan Penn.
Oh, side panel maybe.
So looking forward to maybe seeing a replay of that one at some stage after the race. Be a good sight to see. So, yeah, there's the missing panel on the left-hand side.
Yep.
Or the right-hand side if you're looking at it, but left how we see it. It could be an auction item for charity. The lights go out. We look to go back racing. Hayden Hart. Yeah, gets a relatively good start. Max Holloway closes up the gap on Mark Dunn there as they fire into turn 3 and 4. Brent Stewart in 5th place looks up the inside of Rebecca Barr. He's going to make the pass on her going down into 1 and 2. And also a bit of a coming together. So Brent Stewart takes advantage of Dunn and Holloway coming together there. Straight up into 2nd place goes Brent Stewart.
Yeah, good move from the Rotorua driver. But Hayden Hart still your race leader. And Hayden Hart looking to actually top this group points-wise as it stands at the moment.
So Brent
Stewart just got, look at that.
So that almost looked like Mark Dunn actually picked up. Geez, a good job from Brent there gathering it back together as well. So Mark Dunn looked like he almost picked up the wheelgate actually on that one. But going back to it, that slick track as well.
And that's it with the track slicking off like that. It sometimes just takes a little touch and can cause that very quick spin.
And there was a lot of pressure starting to build on Hayden Hart there from Brent Stewart as well. He was very quick. There's Max Holloway, he's falling back. So potentially got left front tyre pressure issues. Fire their way down. Rebecca Barr puts the bumper into the back of Blake Adamson. Regan Penn, pressure all over him as well. Kerry Remnant now actually snuck up through that gap, through that group, and got himself into 3rd position. Oh, but coming together, Regan Penn, they got lucky. White flag is out, 1 to go for Hayden Hart in the 166. He's got a good buffer now over Mark Dunn as they go into 3 and 4 for the last time. That's Kerry Remnant and Regan Penn for 3rd and 4th there. And Hunters, he's still on the lead lap as well, coming through to get a good finish. So, after all the racing tonight, we're looking at getting some unofficial points to you. At the conclusion, we'll just run through the top 10 as they finish. There's Hayden Hart, your race winner, coming through once more.
Well, top 12.
Top 12.
So it's the top 12 that we are looking at. So as they wind down at the end of that race, we have Hayden Hart. So remember, these are unofficial. Hayden Hart on 68 points. Quinn Ryan on 66. Asher Rees also on 66. Kenneth Hunter on 64. Keegan Levine on 62. Caelan Mooney on 59 in 6th place. And then we've got Brent Stewart, 9R in 7th on 58. Mark Dunn on 56. Rebecca Barr on 54. Blake Adamson on 53. Regan Penn on 52. And as it stands at the moment, we're going to need a runoff. Kerry Remnant and Seth McConchy tied equal on 51 for 12th place in that group. So could be referee moves yet, ups and downs. So Max Holloway just missing out. Ryan Hunt just missing out. He looked good in a couple of the heats tonight, but then did get tangled up there at one stage. Ryan Hunt. So those are your unofficial qualifiers at this stage for the finals tomorrow night.
Yeah, so Seth McConchy and Kerry Remnant, both Bay Park Busters teammates, are in the squad together, potentially heading out for a runoff. Of course, unofficial, as Paul said at this stage. It's Hayden Hart, the 166V, carries around that checkered flag.
Was an A.
Yeah, it was a B.
Was a B.
So not the full field of mini stocks. Probably some of them are potentially loaded up, ready to go.
Well, they thought their night was done, didn't they? Yeah.
Riley McKeown, the 64, like I say, had plenty of trouble throughout the night. I know they live down in Taupo, so they're probably loaded up, ready to head out the gate as soon as it opens. We are green and away racing. Is that Bridie Morrow there in the 82 up the front? No, it's the 74. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, it is her, sorry.
Yeah, it was, but just a little bit slow off the start. And one's gone around down there. I think it's the 15. Ben Cooper went around as well.
A couple of early exits straight to the infield for them, but it is the 189R of Jaden James straight to the race lead. So always good for the mini stock drivers to get extra laps in. Oh, Bridie Morrow. So now that slick track's starting to catch out the mini stock drivers as well.
Which, you know, and this is it. I think we've talked about the track conditions here at Paradise Valley, and the slick track like this is very unusual.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway, Stan, I mean, it's not saying you got it wrong tonight, it's just that there's the amount of Hoosier brand new rubber that's been going down, the hot weather that's probably been going out, I mean, a mixture of a whole lot of things. It's very unusual to see that it's slick up like this so early in the night. I mean, all is coming together of a couple head on there.
Yep.
When we speak about that. But yeah, Stan, he always does a fantastic job. I mean, everything aside, how flat this track is and how good it's holding up. Testament to what him and his team do here. Back further to 68 there.
So 4 laps gone for our race leader, Jaden James in the 189. Then it's back to Bronson Pierce in the 68 and then back to Carl Vasey. So yeah, a couple of the back markers in amongst the race leaders there. More of the Superstocks lined up on the dummy grid, ready for their final heat of the night. So remember, for all the official results tonight, and the review and some of the action shots, do keep an eye on our website, rotoruaspeedway.co.nz. All of that stuff will be up there for you overnight. And then tomorrow, be here early. Bring your sun umbrellas or your rain umbrellas to shade you from the sun through the afternoon. Those gates opening at 4 and then repecharge from 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Yeah, good chance to come down early as well. The pits will be open for a certain amount of time. You'll be able to get up and close and personal with the celebrities down in the pits and the cars that they're racing.
And a reminder, we did see that bit earlier on tonight where Bianca was talking with Andre Heimgartner. There's some new stickers there that you can get him to sign as well. So the pit gates do open for access after the meeting. So if you're wanting to wander down, you can do that after the meeting. And as Tony was saying, pre-meeting tomorrow, you're more than welcome to have a bit of a wander around the pits and soak up the atmosphere of the countdown to night 2 of the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational. Jaden James takes the win, Bronson Pierce in second, Carl Vasey in third. Jake Hancock and Blair Hume round out the top 5. Then it was Macy Penn, Bridie Morrow, Sophie Pilcher, Ben Cooper and Bailey Fitzgerald to wrap up the top 10. And that one for the mini stocks. head down to the pits and we're having a catch up with Aaron Slight.
Yes, thanks, Paul and Tony G. Aaron Slight, one of the superstars in these stock cars. How's your night going, buddy?
Oh, it's awesome. As the saying goes, I didn't think you'd have so much fun with your clothes on. Like into turn one, backing it in, thinking you're going to hit the wall, and then you're just on the gas and out. It's just brilliant, awesome. Yeah.
And a huge difference between that early practice session, which is like getting the feel of it, then all of a sudden the focus just foot down and away you went and raced in the second section.
Yeah, a few going around and around too, which is pretty good. Everyone's trying a bit harder. I had a nudge on the wall just to see what that was like, and yeah, no, it's pretty good.
What's the delay here in the pits? Because we understand it's the boss man, Steve Williams. His car needs a bit of extra attention, so we've got to have the main man out there raising money for charity, but raising the eyebrows and raising the old heart rate.
Yeah, he's holding us all up, eh? Broke something in the back of the car then, and the diff moved around, so just trying to fix it, put us at the end of the night, so that's all cool. And we're going to have like a 12-lap race.
So how do you feel going into the last practice session tonight? Because, tomorrow night, the old red mist will come out, won't it? Because you guys are all here comparing your race times, your lap times. What's your lap time at the moment?
I think I was 5th quickest in that one, so I'm pretty happy with that. And the boys are getting a bit serious. Some are putting on new bags and stuff like that, so we're still on our second-hand tyres. We're pretty happy with that. Yeah.
Oh, good. So what do you think of the whole experience here tonight so far?
Oh, yeah, it's good. A well-run meeting, everything just on time. And hearing the feedback from the referees, what you should do, red lights out, orange light. It's really well run, and it's a great night.
I've got to say, I love the roar when they Superstock start right from the get-go. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, those V8s, all of them in a line into turn one, and man, they fire in there.
Just like old Dave Plummer in a Ford Mustang about 50 years ago.
Yeah, not sure what that impersonation was there.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, we'll take it. Righty-ho, here we go.
193, Matt Nielsen outside on the 147k. It'll be interesting to see where he lines up. Chad Ace, the 4k, missing from grid number 3, and Adam Joblin, the 62p, will start on the outside.
Regan McKenzie on 5, and Tyler James in 56 on a P6. Elias Dykstra on grid 7, and Lance Ellsworth on grid 8.
Grid number 9 belongs to Mick Rumney in the 7R, Dylan Marshall, the 57V, P10, P11, Zane Dykstra, 38V, and 58R, Mike King in P12.
Robbie Morris and Peter Rees line up on grids 13 and 14. Then it is Simon Joblin and James Clark in the next row.
Grid 17 and 18 belong to Brooke Clarkson and Cody Chatfield. I've done it again. Damien Orr, 81R from grid 19. Grid 20 is Glenn Clark in the 12R.
Ethan Levine and Matt Pickard lining up on 21 and 22, and on grid number 23 it is the 14 of Rick Wobbies and Adam Groom starting on grid number 24. Just had confirmed that runoff is going to happen. That will go in after the Celebrity Challenge Race 3. So yes, 19 at 272, Seth McConchie and Kerry Remnant. So yeah, this is different, isn't it? Bringing it all the way down onto the pole line from Hunter, and Matt Nielsen's just put a bit of distance between the two of them. Not too much.
And it's caught James Clark out further back there in the 29G as well. He's sort of come up.
Thinking that, that must be the inside road there. I've got to still come up out here. So Peter Rees out there missing a little bit of his panelling on the side of the car after his Heat 2 incident.
Special mention, actually going back further back, he's listed as 14P, that Rick Wobbs. I hope I do pronounce that correctly, but it's actually H14.
As in Holland?
As in Holland, yeah. So visiting driver, yeah.
So that is, now I remember Lou Wobbies coming out, and he raced way back in the late 90s when Frankie Wayman first won.
Ah, okay.
So here we go. There's the big push. And we're going to kiss a bit of concrete in turn 2.
So Regan McKenzie in the 49 is getting all out of shape down the front straight. Oh, and Mick Rumney coming together with Elias Dykstra. So Elias in the thick of it.
It's his second time tonight getting caught up and with issues.
So Michael Rumney with a lot of work to do from all the way back there. Oh, now he's gone around. courtesy of no, it's Matt Nielsen and Robbie Morris as well. So King's in a pretty precarious position down there. He's backed out of it, thankfully.
Yeah, not where you want to be sitting. So Gary Hunter is the race leader from pole position, doing it well. Adam Joplin. Zane Dykstra drops back into fourth place as Peter Reeves looks to make up some points.
So Robbie Morris taking a look up the inside of James Clark here, further back in the field. That battle looks like it's all the way down in 13th position at the moment. So Morris puts the bumper into the back of 29G. He's running in 9th and 10th now, that is. Setting themselves down now. Adam Joplin just gone fastest with a 17.2. He's chasing down Gary Hunter. The gap's closing up. And Trent James goes faster again. So racing leader Gary Hunter still fending off 62p of Joplin, but that gap is closing up out in front at the moment as Elias Dykstra climbs up over Brooke Clarkson, looking to make up spots after his early incidents is Elias. Round goes. Is that one of the Joplin 72? So Simon Joplin now getting caught up. Might have been a bit of a wheelgate grab. Big Rumney's making up spots through the field there. Big push wide. That's Pickard hard into the concrete. There's Hunter out in front, off screen at the moment. Leading the race.
They are fighting for every point they can at the moment. Peter Rees lost a spot to Zane Dykstra. Rees at the moment sitting outside the top 12.
So as you say that, Rees gets the position, then Dykstra shuts the door on him, going down the front straight. Looking further back though. Big Rumney gets a bit of a push on. That's Robbie Morris. Gets past, so he's sitting way back in 17th. He knows he's got a lot of work to do. Michael Rumney in the 7R.
Yeah, not a good night at the office for Big Rumney. There's a few who have not had the kind of runs they were hoping for tonight. Here at the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational, but Gary Hunter doing it nice at the moment and should easily qualify for the finals tomorrow night as the white flag drops. One to go.
So it is Gary Hunter coming around turn 3 and 4 for the last time. He will come through and grab the checkered flag. There it is, race win. Second place Adam Joplin in the 62p. Zane Dykstra will cross the line in third in the 38v. Peter Rees, has he done enough with the DNF? In the 10G, that'll be a pretty unexpected non-qualifying for Pete.
Yeah, well there's that flat tyre rule.
Yeah, he could have just circulated.
How it stands at the moment unofficially, and we're going to need a runoff again? No, we're not. Hamish Booker tops the group on 69, then James Clark in second, Tyler James in third, Gary Hunter, heat winner there, fourth, along with Zane Dykstra on 64. Adam Groom is in sixth place, Mitch Vickery in seventh, Trent James 8th, Todd Hemingway 9th, Adam Joplin in 10th place, then Brett Loveridge and Ethan Levine 11th equals. Simon Joplin 1 point off making it in. So it was Simon Joplin, Matt Pickard, Peter Rees, the three to just miss out in green group. But the green car takes the win, the 193 of Gary Hunter.
So there's the official word. We'll do rolling starts tomorrow night as well, so they don't break them.
We're talking about
Which is fair.
we're talking about the celebrities as opposed to the race cars, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, a clutch in these are excess of, sort of close to $1,000, if not more. Triple plate. Gearboxes are not cheap. I think Raptor gearboxes are you're up around the sort of $4,000 mark these days. So the last thing we want is for them to cause unnecessary damage to borrowed cars. So something, Geez, Aaron Slight getting a bit wrong. Not used to 4 wheels in the clutch as much as 2 wheels on a bike.
So the lights are out on the pace ute. Lights are out at the side. Wait for the green.
Do you think they're just going to go whenever, or have they been told what actually happens?
Go. No. Oh no, maybe it's so they're rolling around. Okay, rolling around, and we'll get the green flag when they hit the main
the front straight. Yeah, here we go.
So kind of like what modifieds do. Yeah. Here we go. Wait for the greens. There it is. Emerald Lane. Oh, look at Richie Stanway pushing. It's a real tight bunch here now. So it's Heimgartner who gets out front early. Probably with a bit of an advantage there because he's not going to... He can just now try and race. Go hard and fast out front.
So Stanway looking up high there around Cole Armstrong against Fanga Dan here. This is not the first time these guys have driven side by side, sideways next to each other. This time they're allowed to rub each other a bit harder than they normally do at D1. And Stanway now is going to put pressure all over the back of Cole Armstrong. Cole just throws it sideways.
Whereas Stanway was hard on the brakes and gets it through there nicer. Down towards the back, it's Aaron Slight drops to the back and slots in behind Hughes, who's battling there with Steve Williams in the 23.
So Stanway now looks up the inside of Cole Armstrong. They'll go side by side down here. Richie will shut the door on him. And Cole is going to put the bumper into the side of him.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. So these celebrities not afraid to use the bumpers on each other a bit further back, their nose to tail as well. And will that gap close? It is Andre Heimgartner leading Richie Stanway. Round goes Cole.
So Fanga Dan is up there in third. Now Ryan Wood up into fourth place. Just ahead of Chris Vanderdrift. Showing some good pace in the... Oh, round goes Fanga Dan. So it's supercars all the way at the moment. From Heimgartner, Stanway and Wood.
Oh, Stanway, nice late break into turn 1 and 2. Closes the gap right up on Heimgartner this time round. Geez, I never thought I'd be sitting here commentating motorsport saying these names. Heimgartner and Stanway
and Murphy spins it up in the tank. Just tried going a little bit too hard into there. Now Heimgartner runs it wide.
Yeah, I think that might have been courtesy of a little front bumper from Richie as well. So as Heimgartner going to get back, he's going to look up the inside.
Yeah, here we go.
Throw it into the side of him. Andre, go on.
You don't need to leave that gap, hey? Lean on him. Yeah, see, Heimgartner hasn't quite got that, the braking into the corner, which Stanway's got into that tight turn 1. White flag drops.
1 to go for the 66. Richie Stanway. He's come from a fair few grids back and he wasn't scared to use the bumper. What a good drive. And Heimgartner's going to come home in second place. In third, it is a dream up an imaginary podium here. Ryan Wood comes home in third. It's an all supercar podium.
And an all Kiwi supercar podium, isn't it?
Let's hope we hear that over the next coming years as well. Lap times, geez, they're down on the 17.1 for Ryan Wood.
Yeah.
16.9 for Richie Stanway.
So Richie Stanway is only the second driver tonight to get into the 16s from my memory. I think Quinn Ryan did a 16. I don't think there's been any others that have got down into the 16s. So that is...
Well, so just sign Richie up for the main game tomorrow night. Can we just, we'll make it 1 repecharge spot and Richie Stanway claims the race win to get the repecharge. Yeah, I'm dreaming.
Yeah. So speaking of horse from over there at Bay Park, Stalwart, here's another couple of them on track right now. Kerry Remnant in the 19 and Seth McConchy in 272. They are battling for 1 spot.
So the runoff, it'll run over 4 laps. It still runs over individual racing rules, so they cannot stop if their road isn't blocked. And hopefully no right flat fronts as well to add to the mix, but it is a bit of cat and mouse. You will see a very different racing craft from these 2 drivers as they battle across 4 laps for a spot in tomorrow night, and we'll probably see one of them start on the front row of the grid.
I'm just looking, so these 2 are on 51 points, so one of them is going to lose and be on 51 points
I
heading
think
into
Simon
the
Joblin finished on
Repechage.
51, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that one now. Simon Joblin, the first car to miss out in the other group, also on 51. So yes, so it'll be Simon Joblin on the front row, along with whoever loses this runoff. So they race together as part of the Bay Park Busters team, but this is all about individual. Green flag drops, 4 laps in it. So Seth McConchy drives across.
Seth. Oh, he's got it. He's overcooked it too much.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I don't think it didn't give him any advantage really.
No, so, and the new Superstock rules as well, you can't over-aggressive attack off the end of the straight. So Seth, he's pretty comfortable just to try and run away from Kerry here. He's going to back himself in his pace. And it's the old head against one of the newer, relatively newer drivers to the Superstock class. He's done a few seasons now and plenty of seasons in stock cars. Has Seth, and Kerry Remnant, well, 25 years of teams racing among plenty of other achievements. He's been racing Superstocks for as long as I can remember.
Well, I can remember, I can take you way back to being a kid growing up on the terraces here, running around playing stock cars against Kerry Remnant and Darcy Hunter. Both have gone on to win major Superstock titles. All I do is talk about it.
So Seth McConchy now, the 272, he's holding out. He's going to get the one white flag around, 1 to go this time around. And Kerry Remnant unable to chase him down.
Yeah, just I think the Seth's just held a nice tidy line. Kerry's been searching for some extra grip a little bit wider, but not finding it. Seth just taking it real easy. You wouldn't want to spin it up there, would you?
So 272M, Seth McConchy comes through, takes the win of the runoff, and he will qualify for the main game tomorrow night. And Kerry Remnant off to the front row of the Repechage.
And it's a pretty packed Repechage lineup too, but we will be able to reveal that for you all on our website by tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway, travel safe on your way home, and do keep an eye on that website, and we'll be able to give you all the official info overnight, the results from tonight, confirming those qualifiers, and the review of the evening and some of those action shots as well. And don't forget tomorrow's start time, 6 o'clock for that Repechage. Then we'll take a break. We've got a few presentations before the rest of the meeting will get underway at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So from us upstairs in the commentary box, Tony Gallagher and Paul Hickey, that is our lot for this evening. We look forward to calling the big one for you tomorrow night.
Well, I tell you what, Paul Hickey and Tony G done a great job, and Bianca, I've got to say that our celebrity have done a superb job. Richie Stanway, a 17-1, I think he got into the 16s. Andre Heimgartner, Ryan Wood, the superstars from the supercars, the drifters, Slidey's up there, Paddon's in there. It's been great, isn't it?
It's been absolutely amazing. You would not think, I'm just going to clap off Seth, woohoo, way to go. You wouldn't think that these guys have just freshly jumped in these cars tonight and let it rip, because I think if we put them in a full field of super stock drivers, they could probably actually hold their own.
Oh, totally. And you can just see how good they are, how quickly they adapt from all the cars they're used to driving to getting into a super stock and getting it sideways and just laying it on the line, because they are top drivers, and it should be a top showdown tomorrow night for the Valvoline Charity Invitational to wrap up what's been a great start to the Paradise Valley weekend.
Have you had fun, Clint? That's the question of the night.
Sensational. Stocks, up the stockies. And we'll see you tomorrow night right here on the old Pits TV.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I hope you enjoyed the racing. See you tomorrow.